Alright, put the weapons away. Now is not the time for violence, now is the time for automation, perhaps conjoined with yet more violence. It's Satisfactory, and I am very slowly chewing away at this game. I will concede it is taking considerably longer than I thought, but that's because I was in Factorio grind set. But no, this is a different beast altogether, and whilst I've said it many times, I will say it again. This game is great, really great. And it is its own beast. It is not just 3D Factorio. Also, goodbye fog, because I actually want to appreciate how gorgeous the world looks. I don't just want it covered in horrific miasma like we're in the Final Fantasy IX Mist Continent. Keep that stuff off, thank you please. Thinking about making a hypertube and rail blueprint, says Zajir. Oh yeah. I feel like there's a lot more that could be done with this blueprinting lark. I just wish it could be longer. Currently we're only limited to 5 blocks long. I'd like it to be more. And I'd also like to augment it so that I can run belts along the underside. So that might actually be something I do to change this blueprint when given the opportunity. Could be something I do really soon, but I don't intend on extending the rail lines at least for a little bit. What I need to do, what I finally need to get around to doing, is automating aluminium. A process which I have looked at several times and still not done. But don't worry, this time I will look at it again and maybe even get it done, because I think it's the first thing that we're planning on doing. In between all that, we're going to be checking the MAM for new recipes that we unlocked, because somebody went out of their way to get an ungodly number of hard drives. I might as well put them to use, get some of this other garbage out of my inventory. I suppose the inventory is not a big deal, it's just there as a buffer, right? Things get used up, things get sent away. Oh man, gearing myself up for automating this stuff ain't easy, but perhaps I should remind myself once again what I'm doing here. I need to get aluminium ingots, because those aluminium ingots are the key for making the sheets, which need copper, and the casings, which just need that. And that's the only way that we make aluminium sheets. There's no alternative recipe. Yes, I don't need to involve silica in the process, so let's not complicate things with silica. We just need to get the coal together with the solution, and the solution... sloppy alumina. Yeah, well this doesn't involve silica, so that's probably better, right? Yeah, the ratio for bauxite is better, and for water. So all we need to do is find bauxite, coal, and copper, and bring them together into our aluminium plant. That sounds real simple, because there's coal right here, pure coal no less. On top of that, we have copper right here, and I thought we'd spotted bauxite over there. I know there's bauxite here and here, but is there not bauxite that we can enjoy a little closer to the rest of this? I wonder about that. I actually wonder enough to check. Why did that store my jetpack? Yeah, I pressed 1 here, and for some reason it stored the jetpack in the dimensional depot rather than equipping it. How bizarre. That's a lot of schloops, yeah, and yet it's not enough, is it? Have I got enough fuel to get me through this? Have I got any fuel? Ugh, I'm burning the wrong kind of fuel. Wait, I have fuel. This, again, for some reason resets itself. I thought there was meant to be quality of life in all of this. Thankfully, the packaged biofuel refills itself. Bauxite is mostly concentrated in the middle of the map, and it's big old fog of war for you. Yeah, I can see that. How can we solve such a dilemma? I have something resembling an idea. Oh, but why do thinking when we can have people think for me? The MAM reports a new hard drive thing, which is once again unviewable. But by putting in AS here, we can find that it's insulated cable and basic iron ingots, both of which seem like a waste of time. So we're going to rescan and get... electrode circuit board, turn rubber and petroleum coke. So this is turning my my fuel handling into circuits, which might be good or bad, but really, does copper plating have any better use? Copper plating and silica into vast numbers of circuit boards seem pretty nice. Why not just research everything? We're just researching all we can, but there's a 10-minute delay between them. So what is a man to do? Electrode aluminium scrap. Is that actually good for me? Currently we just do aluminium scrap. I thought we had an aluminium scrap that didn't have water as a byproduct. Hang on, we should start up more hard drives checking while I check this. That's funny. I thought we found a way to do this without water as a byproduct. We must have turned it down. Well, I have no problem having it back. Oh, cribbins. Yeah, sure, I'll take some of that. Although the alternatives are more about what do I have available locally instead of always better. Aye, that's the impression I'm getting out of it as well. Right. Belt. I think if I just slam down a Mark V along here, it might help me rocket my way forward. So if I just slide through and blast through, I'm going to jump over to here and check for bauxite. Although I could slam down a radar as well. That would mean I'd have to take electricity with me. I'm not up for that. However, I have other ways of doing that, don't I? Do I have the wherewithal to make the alien power augmenter wherever I am? No, because I don't have SAM fluctuators. But I could just temporarily power it with a fueled generator. I just want to go and see what's out there. So let's freaking go! Not as good as a hypertube, but I want to go and explore this area. I wonder how much better your vertical distance covering is when you... Ooh, I want that. I want that. I don't want it enough. Yeah, I wonder if the rocket fuel actually covers even more distance. Hey, see? Easy. Oh, hang on. Who wants a piece of me? You do. Okay. I've had a brainwave. Give me my stun rebars and give me back my rebar gun and switch it like so. And I don't think I need the whack-a-mashmack, but I can get rid of the boombox. And then what I can do is stun enemies and then shoot them. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Love me rebar gun. And this looks like a different biome. Not used to this one. Interesting. I think I'll push through a bit more and see what's what around here. Because if I can find some conveniently located bauxite, and that's surely going to make my life easier and not harder. This doesn't seem very sporting. Oh, you know all about sporting today, Dark Young. It wasn't wrong. I may still got this. Yeah, playing this because the Dominions was exhausting, terrifying, mentally aggravating. I needed a bit of a break from handling the crab soup. And we certainly were becoming crab soup. Would you mind... You've got a big friend, don't you? I'm not sure about big, but you've got a friend. Okay, I will concede that does not seem very sporting. Where are you? You're using all this camouflage to your advantage. Did you try the explosive rebars? No. Required something that I didn't have ready or automated or something to that description. Do these get cut down, and if so, what for? I think I preferred no animation over that. Okay. This is kind of central, but we can get more central. Bit of a shame how black this all looks. Maybe I should just uncover it all. I'm not that far away from just doing the whole map here. Yeah, I think a bit of hypertubing could actually get me through this. And that gives me a cunning plan. If we set up the hypertube launcher and set it south... Now, admittedly, this thing does not, well, is not powered. Nor is it really looking in the right direction, but we can solve that. Because we put hypertubing... well, that was it. Got too many things to cycle through here now. Hypertube. Get me noodle version hypertube. Coming through there. Just blast me up with a lot of speed and we're just going to cycle around. So we're going to go around and back, and then we're going to point it over in the other direction and then go around as well. But of course, you might correctly identify that this won't work without power. And that is exactly why I set up the good old trusty biomass burner. Biomass burner powers these bad boys up. And being biomassy, it can easily just drink a bunch of this. And, oh, right. How much power do you need? How much do you produce? Hang on. The brain waves are happening. 75, but you need 110? Not a problem, surely. Not a problem for the man that clearly has too much biofuel. Especially when this stuff is pretty much automated. I need another stack of 10, please. And then I just need to shove it in, schloop it up. This remembers it's schlooped as well. Have you also joined this? Restart it. And it works. And frankly, I gave it too much biofuel. Is this going to work? Oh, it has just enough power to get me through there. Don't hit that tree. And my brilliant idea that this should unveil the map for me. Actually, come to think of it, wouldn't the radar unveil the map anyway? No need to fly around like a fool. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think the radar wouldn't just unveil this for me. But I didn't. I mean, that still kind of worked, but maybe, just maybe, let's be less of a fool. That includes not needing you, does it? And instead, thunk down our radar. Surprise Satisfactory. Is it such a surprise? Come to think of it, it's probably not in the schedule, is it? Well, here we are. Here, have some fuel. And you, tell me what's going on in the region. Yeah, it's just, it doesn't quite have the range that one looks for. However, what's this? Pure bauxite? Yeah, I think we could make use of that. Alright, excellent to know. Still didn't get me this, though. And if I take you down... Well, we no longer see the bauxite. Maybe I should make a note of that. Like, bauxite here should be sufficient. You running okay? Not really. Have some more. Bauxite here. I wish these would stay on the map. It's not like they disappear when my radar goes away. Alright, so with the bauxite and the coal and the copper, bearing in mind my stuff's here, all I need to do is just set up a little refinery up here in the sky, and that'll get all my aluminium related stuff done. And then where I ship it from there, well, I don't know. But if I just have a big aluminium factory in the sky, then that should take care of everything else. Is there anything to concern myself with beyond that? Not that I can think of. You'll need water as well, and that looks a lot like easily accessible water, although I will need to pump that water quite high up, but that only costs energy, and energy is functionally free. Yes, that's what we'll tell ourselves. Maybe I should continue looking around stuff around here. It'd just be nice to remove all the blackness. Even if I end up flying down here, I can hypertube my way forward and just unveil this. I want to unveil more of the map now. That's right, we need more distractions, not fewer, from our duty here. Although I could always speed things up by launchpad McQuacking myself here. And that's why we have the unpowered hypertube. Simply a launch belt. But I put it the wrong way around, of course. I'm surprised you don't put a radar grid over the map. Oh, I do want to. But I want to find where the optimum places to put it are. Because there must be an overlap situation. As in, a perfect place to overlap all of the radars, such that you cover everything. So I'd like to figure out what that is, and then go for it. Right, I should put a marker as to where exactly I'm going. I am going here. Once you go there, you'll have, surely, everything unlocked. Or at least uncovered on the map. Fun fact, the forest to the north is also a starting area, and quite a popular one at that. I really struggle to imagine why one would want to play this a second time, though. Feels like once you've played it once, going through all the exploration surely loses its luster. You gotta get all the hard drive, the schloops, the slugs again. And don't get me wrong, I'm enjoying this game a lot, but the prospect of having to start over and play over again would make me question life decisions quite a bit. Then again, how many times did I go through Grand Theft Auto 3 and collect every single hidden package? A few times, I would dare to say. Oh, hello. That was not as effective as I wanted it to be. But that was more amusing than I intended it to be. Wait, 7 hog remains? Since when did we face supermassive 7 power enemies? Also, where did the other one go? There was another one trying to blast me with something. Right, you want repairs. Those repairs come in the form of electromagnetic control rods. And who has got you covered but me? Get those whammed right back in, get this, and then get this. No more debris. See the debris? No more debris. Also, yoink, yoink. Turbo motors, oscillators, you've got to go, man. Bits and bobs, and bobs and bits. And the world is mine. Anyway, I only came up here to get to a vantage point and see what I couldn't already see on the map. I just eyeballed it myself with the radars and the most resource nodes in the middle. Yeah, I think I will get that built in due time. Maybe when I have a bit more of a across-the-world railway setup. Because I would like to have my railway such that it circles around the map. Then I can just pop on my train and go where I need or want to go. Alright, well, we got that done. I can remove that highlight and remove the marker altogether. I think I'll go over here, go to my hypertube, and then have the hypertube launch me out here. We do have a very strong hypertube back home. And where's home again? There's home. Ah, how convenient. Gosh, we are high up here. Maybe that wouldn't work out so well. The hypertube might not have the altitude to do what I want it to do. Kinda wish I had my power up here, though. That would make it easier to launch further. Yeah, power grid going across the whole map certainly would make such infrastructural endeavors easier. Hey, my train's still running around, constantly chewing up all that energy. I got power over here, but maybe what I could do is just... Honestly, what's stopping me just running and floating around the area? Let's go and uncover the whole map, then. Knowledge is power. Before I do that, though. Where's the nearest bauxite here? Might be relevant. Probably going to point over to what we saw before. No, there's some here. Very central, this bauxite stuff. Very central indeed. Probably telling me to go here into Danger Town. Need 12 heat sinks, so I'm not going to go out of my way for that. Alright, very well then. Is there a hotkey to just instantly open up the blueprints menu, or do I always have to click on it like a Neanderthal? Alright, once more. Whee! Just hotbar it, I say. Ah, but I have limited hotbar slots. And the number pad doesn't seem to work with it. I like 0 as a hotkey because I usually just use my thumb and hit it from my mouse. Yeah, Forest from Death, significantly less death-y when we're up here. Love the view we get without the fog mode on, though. Can even see the water in the distance. Although the water is betraying a few of its effects at this level of detail and depth. Ooh, I don't think we're going to make it. Is what lesser beings would say. There we go. Ah! My controller vibrated. No, that's not what I want. Oh, it might be, though. I did not come this far to kowtow to you. Oh, maybe I did. Or maybe I just take this and then leave you be. Everybody wins. What is that down there? Oh, I certainly know that large pillar in the distance, though. Climbed all the way up there. Pretty sure it died over there as well, but that could be said about a lot of locations on this map. Ran away. I think you would call that a wee bit of a skirmish. A skirmish where I came out on top. Got the hiccups today. Something fierce. Oi! I thought that was his death animation, but clearly not. Right, well, never mind you folks. I'm here for the goods. And they need some quartz crystal. Why, that's beyond trivial. Get some of this nonsense out of my face. Donk. I'll be having all of this nonsense, although it's probably all irrelevant at this point. The kinds of goods from a drop that needed quartz crystal can't be that important. And with that, much of the map is now unveiled to me. Big map they made here, and all seamless, no obvious loading issues. Phenomenal draw distance. There's a lot to love about this game. Really glad to be playing this game. I don't know how long it would have sat on my backlog unloved because I would look at it and go, it's 3D Factorio, and I've already got Factorio, so sorry, Satisfactory. In a way, we all owe this to diplomacy is not an option. That game was very unimpressive. And because we dumpstered it, we now enjoy this. So I want to go over in that direction now. Gets dark real fast around here. Reminds me of walking around in Japan. I could not believe how quickly it gets dark over there. In case you missed it, Jake, you have plenty of hotbar space. Alt plus mouse. Oh yeah, we already have different alt mouse options here. But then I've got to alt mouse, and the problems just compound themselves. But yes, I know. Huh. Wait, is this where I was before? Yeah, this is where I landed mere moments ago, I believe. I just didn't take you out. Who made you play Dominions initially? As an evil, evil man called Scipio Mercenary. and he was rather insistent that I play Dominions. I used to have it that you could buy time on the channel on Patreon, although I've since done away with that because I don't really like the idea of people just buying into content on the channel. Now, if people win that privilege through channel points, that's a different story altogether. Anyway, the point is he saved up a lot of those and whammed me with like an entire day of playing Dominions, and at the time I was like, oh my god, this is going to be a strong competitor for worst day of my life, I'm quite sure. And it was a very, very painful game to learn, but once I'd learned Dominions, I understood that it was the greatest strategy game experience of all time. Well, maybe tied with Sengoku Rants. So now I play it of my own volition, which is probably what that sick pervert is getting off to after forcing me to play it in the first place. Tags, mind break, corruption, questionable consent. Why don't I have more ammo for this weapon? Right, that is an issue we're going to have to solve because this thing chews through ammo much too quickly. And you chew through my radioactive filters much too quickly. Yeah, I need that turbo rifle ammo, and I seem to need a lot of it, please. I want to swap to the scanner and find some schloops. Nah, I only do that stuff off stream now. Do not particularly enjoy doing all the hunting for resources on stream. Not that I did it between last time and this time, but I certainly will going forward. Finding hard drives and schloops and Mercer spheres, yeah, not something I want to do on stream. Which is part of the reason I want to uncover the map now, so I'm not going to new places off stream. That would feel more than a little awkward. Let's keep you for now. Maybe use that as a waypoint as we drift our way over here. I wonder how far this goes along and down on the map. What is the goal for the Batman stream on Monday? 3 hours is short for the whole game. I believe the mission is to defeat Bane. And there's a humorous little addendum where it says, it must be the Bane in the game. Simply timing out Bane in the chat does not count. What do you take me for? A lot of resources to be had here. Holy moly. I want to get harvesting. Yeah, the turbo rifle ammo would be nicer if it didn't have that long wind-up time. That's why I started bringing this with me, so I can stun them into position for it. But once you're tooled up, the wildlife does start feeling like a nuisance rather than a threat. Kind of like Factorio's biters, really. Although I cannot speak for the situation with biters in Space Age. Okay, how am I meant to turn down this Mercer? It's right in my face. And it's elevated, so I shouldn't be shot at. Is it Satisfactory Saturday already? Feels like a Saturday to me. Wait, is it Saturday? No, it can't be, because I haven't dodged DDR yet. Must be Friday, then. Oh, cool, that means I can go shopping tomorrow. Yeah, speaking of hard drives, have we not researched this one? Yes, we have. Excellent. Alright, is it something to do with aluminium? No. Is it something to do with coal? Is it something to do with iron? Is it something to do with fusing? F works. We've seen both of these, and I'm uninterested in both of these. I've seen you, and I'm interested in neither, so we'll just bank these for now. And we'll also forget that I meant to start research on another one, please. So you're telling me there's a hard drive. That's not hard drive searching. Oh, I put away my radar thing, didn't I? Yeah, could not be bothered with having that in my quick bar. But is it here though? That looks a lot like it. Do we have the gubbins for it though? Oh, for God's sake. Hello. They wish to give me gas grenades. It's not a war crime if we're not at war. Motors and quick wire and garbage. But what's inside you? To my grave surprise, another hard drive. And hey, they had the encased industrial beams that I need to open the thing up in the first place. Interesting. Hold on, I don't think I grabbed those because we have strange interactions with water in this game. Alright, let's carry along here. Why was I moving around here anyway? Oh yeah, I needed bauxite. Bauxite for aluminium. Let's not forget our true purpose here. At some point, we will have aluminium automated, and that point will be today. No matter how many times I can try to distract myself from it. With 1.1, you can now dismantle the... Oi. You can now dismantle the crashed ships after you've removed the hard drive. If there's a way to do it without dismantling the hard drive, then I don't know it. Maybe I can just beat you to death. I don't like this. Shoot it. Not obvious to me when the things die, so I'm probably wasting a bunch of ammo as well. And you tear through that ammo really fast. No drone supply network to make sure that I'm always topped up on ammo, sadly. Thought I saw a crashed ship as I was coming down here. You know, after I was just saying I'm not going to be doing resource harvesting on stream. I just want to find the borders of the map, really. Although granted, this just looks like complete darkness to me. It's not wasting ammo if you enjoy shooting it, like an American. The only place I've ever fired firearms has indeed been in America. I was glad to have experienced it, but it didn't give me some visceral joy that I would go rushing back to do again. I did it for the novelty of it. Like a stinking tourist. I'm not over the abyss here, am I? No, certainly not. I am eternally grateful for this jetpack. Could you imagine if we were still doing our ladder up Maury space program to get our way around? I can't imagine it. I don't want to. This place is littered with the wee slimy buggers. Is this why Time Eater hates me? Because I keep harvesting his children for energy. Don't mind the gaseousness, just live, laugh, and consume. Okay, but it looks like this is the edge of the map. Or maybe not. Maybe there's something beyond all of this. I'm not aware of the full extent of the map. I guess the whole map did show when I loaded up the save game editor, but I didn't stop and smell the roses there. And this is something that really brings Satisfactory alive to me compared to Factorio. There's an actual, lovingly crafted world to explore here. Whereas Factorio, it's just thunk down satellite. Is there coal? No? Alright, move on. We need more coal. Well, not me. I almost never need more coal. We need more oil. How about that? Always need more oil. Jings, I'd prefer some stronger, slower ammo. That fool did not want to die. Yeah, Factory has coal liquefaction for oil, but I prefer just to use oil. Oil is infinite, coal is not. Not that coal liquefaction is complicated, it feeds itself as long as you give it a bit of starting heavy oil. You're looking for explosive rebars then? Yeah. I believe I didn't get that for some reason, but I can't remember what the reason was. Love Mercers. No such thing as too many Mercers. Holy crap, the world is huge! Huger than huge. Hang on, maybe this is out of bounds. The way that connects together tells me it might be. Let's enable fog for a moment. Yeah, that fog tells me that's probably out of bounds zone. Also, looking at the texture there tells me that's out of bounds, isn't it? Yeah, also that tells me it's out of bounds. This kind of has an extending bit beyond, but that'll be for the water. Okay, so we have found the edge of the world. Very good. Beautiful, though. Very beautiful. And richly rewarded for coming to the edge with yet more Mercers. We've already done the maximum upload speed enhancement, which I did think was the best use for the Mercers at the time. That looks like nitrogen for extraction. Probably not relevant. We already found some nitrogen. Is this just gas, or are there foes? Yeah, it's just gas. Alright, give me what I need, which is nothing. Sweet. And then away you all go. Oh, okay. I thought I took it, but good to see that it does not destroy the hard drive there. It stops me from being the fool. Alright, maybe get away from the nauseous gases for a little moment and continue our trek around. Huh? Oh, gas filters! How did you know? I was very interested in out-of-bounds things in games. They've always fascinated me. They've also scared me in a strange, primal way, but that fear turns to fascination. Early example I can think of is GoldenEye for the Nintendo 64. All that stuff far away in the dam level. What does it do? What if you get there? What about the end of the train level? Trevelyan and was it Xena? They run away through this door. If you're fast enough, you can actually run to where they run away, but you get soft locked inside there. And I kept thinking, what's beyond this door? Obviously, I didn't have emulation tools to simply enable out of bounds, and I never did have a Game Genie for the Nintendo 64. But I did have a Game Genie. What was it? It was the Exploda cheat device for the Game Boy. And I went to every out of bound I could in Pokemon, finding glitch cities before they were called glitch cities, and my god, it was terrifying. I'm going to waste my time with those slugs. I'm here to check the bounds of the world. Anyway, I can't say I'm too fascinated in going down there because I'm quite certain what I'll find is death because of the out-of-bounds zone, but the fascination is still there. But there's a lot I love about games. Okay, we've pretty much gone full circle because we've already explored this area, which is very convenient. And the mam is there to give me yet more potentially good but possibly useless recipes. Save, go down and kill you after it, reload after it kills you. Quite certain I already know what's going to happen there, so I'll save myself the effort of reloading. There's a hard disk drive on the left. How far left? Oh, down there, you say? Well, that's pretty close. I'll go and grab it, because we love hard drives. The mam loves hard drives. And our next thing is... Fa, fi, fu, fo... as... Tell you what, whilst we try and search this, let's work on our next hard drive. They broke this interface with the update, so here I am trying to figure out what it's giving me. Is it aluminium? Is it coal? Is it iron? Is it reinforced? Ma, mu, mo, me, may. Is it steel related? Here it is. Coke steel ingot or silicon high-speed connectors. I do need high-speed connectors. Using silicon in... Oh, it uses double the circuit boards. That doesn't sound very good. Coke steel ingot also doesn't sound very good. You may have to start picking rewards. You cannot make me do what I don't want to do. Oh, hang on. This is instead of 1-to-1, 2-to-2. It might not be that bad. It just still doesn't seem very good. So what's the benefit here? I can use silica instead of wire, but copper doesn't seem to have much of a use. So I think that's a rescan. The high speed is... Everybody says everything is S tier. I don't think this seems very good. It's slower. And all it does is trade... Well, it does trade quite a lot of quick-wire, actually. It saves a lot of quick-wire. It's a lot less Caterium. But quick-wire is made very quickly and easily anyway, so... S for standard. Get out of here. Diluted fuel. That's what people keep telling me to do. Yeah, I can turn heavy oil and packaged water into 2 bits of fuel, which I can then unpackage. I'm going to take that now. I didn't take it before. You don't want that one, you want the blender one. No point now since you have the blender recipe. Ah, is that the point? Quick-wire cables make cables, but nowhere near as fast as we already do. Alright, we'll just save these then. Kind of wish saving recipes wasn't a thing. But what else are you meant to do? You want us to mess with recycling all those canisters? Doesn't sound like a big deal. Just chuck them into the go away box. Wait, is this really where the hard drive was? I thought we spotted a hard drive, and now I certainly don't see one. I didn't imagine things, did I? No, of course I didn't. Alright, shoot him in the arse till he's dead. Flailing about like a helium balloon. It's a mess to balance. I have to take your word on that. I'm a balancing master. Give me that, please, and you go away. Will the smoke go away? Oh, that's nice. I was worried the smoke would persist and look foolish there. I'm grabbing all these goods, even though these goods are, shall we say, surplus to requirement. Yeah, right on the edge. Still not going to throw myself down there just to kill myself. Done plenty enough of that already in this run. Funnily enough, this is where Protozomac made their nuclear power, right on the edge. Is that so that the nuclear stuff wouldn't bother you? Wouldn't be able to irradiate everything around? Alright, what do we have here? We are at the edge, and there's really not much left of the world, is there? There's this. So I think, given that I have power here, just drag the power along, do radar station, radar station, radar station, and then use that to unlock all the map. Or at least view all the map now. It extends out here and shows me some beloved coal. What do you mean there's no water close, Naga? Look at all this water. Is this not close enough for you? Maybe it's not. Definitely looks like the edge of the map there. Look at that just blank drop off. I wonder if one can get over there. Okay, phew, I was worried I couldn't even land on this thing. This feels like death waiting to happen. But I'm a little curious if I can get there. Actually, no, this will now be on plate 11. We already know it's on 1.1. For science. Did this in Draken back in the day. I wondered if there was anything beyond all the water.
Your subscription to the function of any and all fix-it property expires the moment it leaves its designated zone.
Ah, so that's the lore reason. Our protective gear will fail us if we go beyond where Ada wants us to go. Ooh? Give me that again. Huh. Kind of see through the water, kind of not. Alright, fascinating. Protozomac said, never heard that before. See, that's what you get around here. New things in games you thought you knew inside out. Or maybe that's a new 1.1 line. Also possible. Is that? No, what is that? Pure Caterium ore. Well, don't mind me if I want that later. I should really unplug my controller. Is there actually vibration function here? Controls... Gamepad vibration. Please stop being on. This happens in a few games. I keep a controller plugged in. Well, frankly, because I play Party House quite often. Just hit streak 24 today, I believe. But some games, even though you're on mouse and keyboard, they still make the controller vibrate. Yeah, Bannerlord is one of them. Your controller vibrates from your horse trampling around. So when I'm on horseback, my controller starts taking walkies as it tries to vibrate off the table. Ada's more chatty in 1.1 as an early access enjoyer. Yeah, so apparently she didn't do a lot of the lower chatting in early access. I don't particularly like her chattiness that she has with aliens, but she's not been on that in a long time. It's kind of prophetic in a way. When I did some off-stream gathering, she didn't talk at all. Not once. Even though when I was grabbing Mercers and things on stream, she wouldn't stop talking. I actually had to check the options, see if I'd accidentally muted Ada, but no. It could be that we went through all of her dialogue in all the gathering that we did before. I don't know. Yeah, she knew. She might have known. This is Ada we're talking about. And not Ada Wong. Where's the factory, asks PP. Well, that's a bit of an awkward question, and it makes some assumptions, like us having a factory. I'm just exploring right now. We have a few odds and ends, but nothing that could really be called much of a factory. But we're working on that. I'm about to start aluminium production. I just want to uncover everything on the map first. And that appears to just be this, and then we're Gucci. Unless there's something in Florida here. Is there something in Florida here? I will assume no. Doesn't seem like somewhere there'd be stuff. Ada makes direct connection with the alien and doesn't need to go through you anymore to chat. The last thing I remember saying on stream is something about preparing a data package for the aliens and that she would upload it to them. And that's the last I recall her talking. Then again, we have had the silent treatment from Ada earlier. When we researched something, Ada wouldn't talk to us about it. Which did feel quite nasty. Oh, hey, look at that. Now you see it. Now you don't see it. Nice. Very happy you can dismantle those now. Makes me feel like a fool for going out of my way to building big pillars on them, but... don't worry, I've had plenty of feeling the fool today. See, we're fast approaching the factory. Don't you worry, PP. You're going to see a factory like none other. What a thing of beauty. See, it automates the gathering of information about nearby nodes. And it automates an empty train going back and forth. Actually, the train doesn't even come here. Maybe I should make it so that it can. I could deign to do that, but let's see what's in the MAM first. Right, before we go through this rigmarole, start the scanning, and please tell me about... Oh, boy. Oh, we got it in one with a Q. Instant scrap. God, we just got another scrap recipe. Is this better, or do we want fused quartz crystal? 5 to 3 goes 25 to 18 with the addition of coal. Is that a better ratio? It's a slightly better ratio. 3 to 5, that'd be by 6. Actually, is it better? Yeah, it saves me a little bit. The rate goes through the roof, but I'm not sure that's worth it. Not when we've got pure quartz crystal. Yeah, pure sounds better. What about instant scrap, though? Sulfuric acid and water brings me a delightful ratio, but probably not as better as electrode aluminium scrap, and it's the same rate. And it still requires coal and just requires... Oh, the interesting thing is that the water could be used to feed back into itself so that water doesn't end up being a useless byproduct. Skips the alumina solution step. That it does. That it does. How was alumina solution made again? It's just water and bauxite, so what's the benefit here? And I have to add sulfur as well? I'm not convinced this is worth it. Because then I just have to go through making sulfuric acid, so I'm still having to water something down. And if the rate or the ratio doesn't look much better anyway, you don't have to balance water. What's the problem with water anyway? Couldn't I just use water to make something else? For example, I could... I could make wet concrete. Actually, I could make wet concrete. And then I could just sink it or store it. Biofuel's not a good option. Ooh, I could make iron ingots with the leftover water. And I could set up logic. Well, hopefully I could set up logic. Yeah, I could make some kind of ingots. Or even pure quartz crystal with the water. I assume there's a way to make a logic gate for water flow such that I can prioritize one over another source. Or some sloppy alumina. Hang on, couldn't the water feed back into the alumina solution? Why would that not work? Seems like it would work really well, frankly. That seems fine. I don't see why that wouldn't be good. The point is, I'm not really taken by either of these, so give me something better, please. Leached iron or leached caterium? When we already have pure? I don't think so. 9 to 6 versus 2 to 1 is a barely better ratio, and it once again costs that. Yeah, hold on to these. These don't seem particularly good. I love my pure ingots. I love them a lot. Because water is functionally infinite. So we'll leave you be. Right. I have the power, so to speak. And I'm going to drag that power over here and just unveil the rest of the map using radars. And I can build radars easily, right? No, not power lines, game. Radars. Never was a problem. But can I build power easily? Keep thinking that the radar tower is my power supply, but it's not. Power tower, preferably power tower with platform, please. If I put it there, that might get in the way of this thing curving back on itself, but it'll be fine. Ooh, here's a thought. The power line doesn't work the way I want it to. It can't daisy chain. So if I want this to work, I've got to put you into here, and then you into there. And by there we mean here. Huh? No empty power line connections, what? Where's the train station connected to? Let's try this again, shall we? Connect you. Oh, you don't go there, but you do go here. And I won't connect you to here when I can just do you to you. And of course, I don't like dealing with Mark 1s. I wish I could remove them from existence now. Alright, easy peasy. Now about dragging that power out here. You already connected the train station to big power pole. Yeah, I didn't intend to, though. Right, let's go, big power pole. We've got places to be. Perhaps I should mark on my map where to be. Go towards here, please. Let's discover the world, Hobbs. Are the station names automatic? Yeah, they automatically give you some kind of horrible... Doesn't give me a reason why that's not okay. They give you horrible Scandinavian names, but we can rename them. Doesn't seem worthy of augmenting this game with a names list, though. These make great landmarks of places that I can just be and relax. But correct me if I'm incorrect, these power poles do not stop enemies from spawning. I was told that some powered things do, but I'm not sure if these things count as powered things. Probably not. Didn't we get Stockholm as one of our earlier power places? Truly horrifying. Probably only things that eat power. So I wonder what the cheapest thing you could put down that consumes power indefinitely. Yeah, I wonder what the most cost-effective way to deal with the spawning of enemies is. Probably by turning off wildlife or turning on peaceful mode. I wonder if that disables achievements. Alright, show me my radar tower, please. This is what we see right now. And this is what we see now. Lovely. I might even just leave you here. You do afford me some valuable information, kind of. And then my next destination is to get over here and do the same. A smelter would be my guess. Preferably something that didn't chew up resources, though. Geothermal, of course, you can't place everywhere. Not that it's a huge deal. Just nice to think that you don't have to deal with the little buggers and you don't have to resort to casual mode. Oh, you mean we have geothermal right here? Yeah. We're looking right at it. Impure geothermal, which I'm assuming is up there. Or is it down there? Probably down there. Probably, but maybe not. Ooh, I don't think I'm going to have the lift for this. Ah, of course we do. Hey, it is up here. Alright, sweet. That is pretty sweet, actually. It's pretty radioactive as well, so let's get a move on this. Power geothermal generator. No need for fancy crap. And just like that, we augment. And yes, I see the slug, and no, I don't think we're going to stop for a super basic blue slug. There's no warnings about the wire being too long here, but I'm going to assume the wire is too long at this point. Oh, not quite. With a strong enough foundation, we can handle anything. Talk to me, ma'am. While we're at it, this is getting out of hand. Okay, what do we think it's going to involve? Steel? Aluminium? So, oh, that was it. All-clad casing. It'd be nice to have some better casing here. 3 to 2 becomes 2 to 1.5. Just slightly better. But it need... Oh, it's the rate. The rate goes through the roof here. I have a feeling that this is going to be something that gets done a lot, though. Versatile container, aluminium ingots. Aluminium is going to be... copper is going to be involved regardless, because we need that for the plating. So it seems like a good thing to have. Now, from here... Well, since I'm already here, let's see how much we unveil with our radar tower. Essentially the world. A little bit of darkness over there, and there's... everything the light touches is our kingdom, etc. We'll remove you. I'll remove you. That was where I was going, not where I am. And this, I suppose, is our final destination for unlocking the map. It's not that I'm scared of setting up any automation, it's just you gotta do things in the right steps. I say, attacking the invisible voices I hear in my head. Actually, no need to connect it off of you, I can connect it off of you. Would you say S tier? Everything's S tier, apparently. I swear somebody came in and said that the automated creation of mining platforms is S tier. I was unconvinced. There's something you need a finite amount of anyway, and I've already got 150 stored away. Spire Coast, where you are, is the last remade part of the map, and perhaps the most gorgeous. Yeah, they do a lot with the color here. Well, with their limited color. Oh god, where am I placing this thing? Wire too long. I can see that. Come on, come on. Catch. Alright, that's fine. I can slowly limp my way up there, I'm sure. Ah. I just cut down the equipment workshop and... oh yeah, just put it down and make a miner, exactly. So, is it something I really care about automating so much? Surely not. I can go a little bit further here. Here we go. Right. You guys don't bother me for a few seconds. Just a few. And we're good. Oh, how about a few more? Oh, they're gonna get me. Wait, where's my power? Oh, also I didn't get you. Whoops. If we're dragging power lines around, why not use a hover pack? Because a hover pack doesn't quite have the reach I need. Also, it's slow. It's slower than using my jetpack. Once they're already established, then I can certainly use them. Although I suppose the hover pack would also serve as a way to remind me not to stray too far. There we go. That is one nicely uncovered world. Although now it's really cluttered with all the goods here. I wish I could enable them one by one so I can find specifically what I'm looking for. Maybe I could, right? If I do this and then... this does it to make them spark up, but what I'd like is that only the ones I select here show up. Oh well, them's the breaks. Also, more impure geothermal for a staggering 100 megawatts to add to my 10,000 megawatts. Oh, but that's a bit more important. Another hard drive. Really hard to tell when they have the audacity to die. Do you feel like dying? Very easily. Ooh, those high-speed connectors. Fortunately, I was surely thinking ahead when I make these. Gib and go. Also aluminium for all my troubles. See, this is automating aluminium. Some fool is made to play the game and manually pick it up. That's automation. Also Mercer. I believe I have plenty of batteries already that I don't need to worry about the fluctuation of power production out of these things. I think I made something in the region of 12 or so of them. Oh, hello. Oh, they're just taking care of their wee kid. See, this kind of exploring and grabbing things is a lot more satisfying than using the little radar thing that you have. And going to these places, so I already want to go there, and ooh, look at that, shiny things. My exploration is rewarded, not just following the beep, beep, beep. But perhaps I'm more bothered about that than I should be. Come on, let's select this now. Hold on. Is this radar tower going to always get in the way of that new marker? No, there we go. Remove it. Remove any other nonsense marker I put down. And then finally start automating something. The bauxite is here. The coal is here. The copper is here. So surely putting a big platform here where all of it feeds in and I have my proper aluminium factory is a good idea. Aluminium factory. Have a nice factory looking thing. Marker view distance. We don't need any nonsense like that. Maybe I could make it large. Nah. Also highlight it so I know where I'm going. Also, why did this just get bigger? I hate this interface and it hates me. I know what you're thinking. That's awfully far to go, and I've already done a lot of walking around on my feet like a foolish fool. Also got 30 seconds to wait here. That'll surely be fine. If that's over there and I'm over here, surely the correct response is to slam down a hypertube launcher. Hope this thing can be destroyed. Zipline. Zipline is way too slow. I don't even know why it's in the game. I am consistently unimpressed with the zipline. I've tried it a few times now. Some people seem to like it, but those some people aren't me. Also, how much energy is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. That's 111 megawatts of hypertube power. Perhaps it's a little bit foolhardy to leave such a thing constantly operational. But it's what we're doing. Nah, not as safe as I thought. Alright, you want the beat stick, you get the beat stick. I was willing to play fair with you. What do we got this time? It's not Q, it's not W, it's not E, or R, or T, or Y, or U, or E, or O, or P. There's got to be a letter that works here. There we go. G. G works. Tempered or basic? No, I don't think we want either of these. Coke or steel? No, I definitely don't want either of these. Bench. I haven't tried the junctions yet. I don't think they work with this, though, because you have to press E as you're approaching them to choose your destination. Whee! This is good. They should have just put this in the game, instead of just having it as a tolerated bug. Because this is the bee's bloody knees, this is. Okay, the factory could go there, but look at that much higher location over there. Couldn't we use that? Or this? Let's consider this first, shall we? The radiation says maybe not, but maybe I could deal with the radiation. If this guy would be kind enough to give me a moment to think. Okay, are you even dead yet? Might be talking to myself with that. Yeah, I'm really starting to think that just the beat stick is the better idea. This thing keeps betraying me when I use the gun with it. But how often does the beat stick betray me? Whoa, whoa. Speaking of betrayal, betraying myself here. Whew. The hypertube cannon was an actual bug that got fixed and then reintroduced as a feature. There we go. As God intended. Yeah, I think we go up here. It's a nice high area. And the schloops are clearly there to tell me this is the right place to process. Yeah, think of the view we'll have. So let's clear this place for production. We'll also need to get power up here, but I'll lay the foundations first. I'll also have to deal with the... what? I really don't think I like these animations. But I guess I'm just impossible to please. They're very explodey. But I guess the developers are bothered how things that they cut down just instantly disappear. I like this, so I know it's manual work doing all this cutting down. Okay, I was curious if that was actually giving out any toxic stuff, but it appears not to. Any other trees? Yes, also you're in the way. The main issue of building this high is that you'll need to pump the water up. Okay, so I'll use a bunch of pumps. Energy really doesn't seem like much of an issue. Well, not now that I've got my ultimate... well, not even ultimate. We can still go one bit better with our hyperfuel. Or turbo fuel. Because there's an element of embiggening it that we're not doing yet. Yunk. Oh yeah, there's another idea. Train the water up. Oh my god, little helix train? Wait a minute. What would that cost in power compared to using pumps? Ooh. What is the cost of running pumps versus... Let's see, one pump is 4 megawatt. Oh, that's a shame. Although I suppose it would want to be pipeline pump Mark II, which is, yeah, I can't really justify running a train over that, because trains are, what, 75 megawatts of power consumption? 110? Okay. Yeah, that's a shame, but I guess we'll use pipes. At least we have the pipes Mark II. What happened to the biomass burner advocate? I still have my old biomass burners, so don't worry. But right now they have more of a ceremonial role, shall we say. Also, we're not back at the old base so much these days, if we can even call it a base. Right, we're here now. And the time has come to lay down foundation, but it bothers me that I can't snap this to the global grid, meaning I have to start by putting down some foundations on the global grid. But hang on, couldn't I just put down one foundation, snap you to it, if I can find a good bit? Yeah, that seems to work. And then I delete this foundation. I want to make absolutely sure I'm on the global grid. I'm sick of making that mistake. And then from here, I just attach you like so. What the hell is going on? Ooh. Whoever told me I couldn't go through my blueprints didn't tell me I could just press E here and go between my different blueprints. Ho ho. As is ever the case, it is my own smart ways that help me out here. I wonder if I made this thing too big. It's difficult to line up at a glance. It'd be easier if I were higher up, so I need power up here. Alright, well, there's a question. Where do I bring power to here from? Where's our nearest power source? The train line runs across here. It brings power. I think there's a power line down there, am I imagining it? You need several pipes per pipe, depending on the elevation, and a train car can deliver at least 2 pipes worth. A train can have a lot of those. It's also much cooler. Also, it's a train. I do concede the idea of a train like, running a spiral thing up here to deliver the water does sound pretty cool. But it's probably a good idea to get a feel for pumping water up, something I haven't really had to do much of. But yeah, how do we get power over here? We have power over there. I guess that's my best bet. Why is everything off by 1 now? What? Yeah, see, that's why I'm having problems putting these things down. Nah, sod it. Get power up here first. That'll make everything easier. Build blueprint mode once you place the first 5x5. I thought it was in blueprint mode. Oh, I'm in default mode. There we go. Blueprint mode. Oh, that's perfect. Thank you. I think it changes the defaults of all your build modes whenever you save and relaunch the game, just like how it keeps turning off my flashlight. Not a flashlight, Nancy. In England, we call it a torch. Can't believe nobody's been providing me some Nancy Drew joys lately. I have needs too, you know. Yeah, it doesn't seem too bad. We'll bring over the power here. Yes, power. Very nice how far away you can build things. Keep your sick desires to yourself. I will not. Like Weird Al Yankovic's Talk Soup. I'm only comfortable talking about it if the whole wide world is listening in. Why is there just a blank spot here? What did I do here? Oh, whatever I did, we're doing more of it. And it even connects. Oh, that's a good sign. And there we go. And now I can actually... No! Christ! Alright, there we go. My plan was to tab, press 1, and then tab again to switch to my electric flying device. But what happened there? Wait a second. We're going to lose... Yeah, it cuts out between them. No, how can I be betrayed like this? Whew. Well, maybe this is where the zip lines come in handy, but... I still feel betrayed. I'm still feeling betrayed. Whew. Yeah, I wish it would attach you to the power lines. I guess that's heavy on performance, but... This feels like... I don't know. Doesn't feel like it should be working this way. Zipline might come in handy, but that's just yet another hand slot thing I have to use up, which I'm not too keen on. Trains would be handy here, of course. Trains to get me up here. Right, now that I'm here, what are we doing? Because I've got a lot of resources that need to come this high. Yeah, not least of all this bauxite. Wait, was it that bauxite? I'm told there's bauxite here, but there's also bauxite here. Maybe I should have put this in a more central location, because now I'm actually quite far from where I said the aluminium factory should be. Consider, however, that I could just build this over there. Yeah. Yeah, somebody went to the lengths of automating wet concrete. They might as well get their mileage out of it. The earth shall be covered in concrete. And if I really want backup here, I can always build myself an elevator. Although elevators are slow. What do you mean missing materials? Ah, of course, this is the throughput. This is the best I can do on concrete throughput. So it's a good reminder that maybe even 4 of those things going into Mercer's isn't fast enough. Could potentially do more, couldn't we? I guess if I'm going to extend one here, I should extend down the central one and make my way over there. At least we'll have a good foundation for a lot of factory stuff. Those monsters aren't going to spawn on my concrete, are they? They're going to spawn on the ground like the disgusting freaks they are. They sure better know their place. Paved paradise. Put up an automated fuel pipeline. But why? You've still got research to speed it up or make the pocket deeper. I do have the research to make the pocket deeper. That didn't seem worth all the Mercers at the time, but now I think it might be. Also, didn't we just finish off some more MAM things? Talk to me, ma'am. Hard drive is scanned. Oh god, this is broken. Wow, okay, that's fun and funny. Wonder if they're gonna fix this. Well, no bigger alien pockets for us. Ah, here we go, got it in 2 with a W. Cheap silica. But I already make... That's just a way of adding limestone to make 40% more silica. It's like the Snecko eye of options here. I'm not sure that's worth it though. I mean, just how much silica does a man need? Nah. Well, people have been talking to me about this. I guess I'll pick it up. Yeah, limestone is cheap and limestone is everywhere, but why? Why would I make it? Did I actually start on the next hard drive? No, sir. We've dodged automation for the whole game so we could do it right. Now we're doing it the hardest possible way. Now this is what I subscribed for. Are you sure? Also, hardest possible way? I'm sure there are harder ways we could go about this. Hey, now we're where I said would be a good location for our factory making aluminium. And now we shall. Way up in the sky. It flew up into the sky. Myself lots and lots of space to have a very nicely, neatly arranged factory. And now it's no longer telling me about how much concrete I have. You'd think it's throwing a hissy fit about it. It is throwing a hissy fit about it. Tapping into this alien technology purely so I can have more space for concrete. It would be less of a problem if I didn't use the pure concrete panels, by the way, because the other one used less concrete but used some iron pipes. Not iron pipes, but iron plates, I think. That would be a consideration, switching back to those. But then I'd need to make sure that my iron plates automation is on point. Which it may or may not be, but probably isn't. Right, so we have the power up here. Now we need the goods up here. And once I have the goods, how do the goods flow? Hard to kind of imagine that without a good top-down view of everything. You know what would make this easier? More concrete. I want this thing wider on all sides to... give myself the overview I need. That's how a good leader works. By having a good overview of the situation. Ingots are needed by getting the scrap. The scrap is gotten from the solution. The solution is bauxite and water. And we can make it all sloppy-like without having to deal with silica. So first off, water and bauxite into a refinery. They're going to chew up 200 bauxite a minute. I should have a scalable solution here. So what's the best way to have this scalable? Probably a manifold that feeds in one way and then goes out and out and out as we need. Sure. Also, more concrete. It's no big deal, right? If I slap you down and I wanted another one of these, I can connect them to these and then put it out elsewhere, right? Yeah, damn right I can. But what does one do from here? Pumps up the goods, of course. Pumps up water, pumps up bauxite. Which means the bauxite might be done on this side. Yeah, if that's where it all starts. Alright, bauxite and water, let's go. Let's go, he says. Forgetting power is kind of a necessity. They don't need to be arranged in some kind of fancy, equidistant way. As long as the power is here, then all is well. Putting a redundancy of a square there is also, I'm quite certain, very unnecessary. Well, at least I can have the power there. I don't like the idea of going down there at night time. There has been a very dangerous place in the past. And even being up on the support poles I don't think will be sufficient for a lot of reasons. But where is the bauxite? We're apparently looking right at it. I think it would be very prudent for me to remain way up here. Gosh, even up here the... Oh, hello. So much for way up here. What secrets do you hold? Still, what secrets do you hold? The secret of even more radiation? That's my kind of secret. Alright, thank you, good night, and much love. Now, where's that bauxite? Oh, I'm looking at it. That's bauxite? Looks like bauxite. Pure bauxite. Alright, very well then. Probably the last these things will ever be here, because now it's going to be a powered, operational place. The beasts are not allowed to roam. They demand way, way too much ammo. And I don't think hog remains are a great prize for what I'm doing here. Ugh. God, all that radiation. Right, well then. What at least can you do for me? You can give me your goodies for free. Splendid. Whoa, 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 don't have my jetpack on. Do not have my jetpack on. Don't fly around like a fool. And once again, it threw it into here. Why is pressing 1 throwing something into the dimensional depot? Pressing 1... Wait, it did go there, right? Yeah, pressing 1 should put it over here. Is there another hotkey for that I need to investigate? Maybe later. And I still didn't put it on, did I? And it's going to burn my nice fuel. All the while I'm draining my radiation filters. Unlock lights in the shop. There's another idea. But before we think of ideas, let's think about mining. Still Mark II. But this will still do me more than I need, surely. Could you perhaps be done on a nice... foundation? Is that right? Looks right to me. Of course, this is only good if I can actually get the miner on top of it. Which I can, I'm delighted to say.
Choices.
Oh, you shut your mouth, Ada, right? You can't just pick me up and discard me when you want. Now that your new best alien buddy isn't talking to you, you come crawling back to me. That's not how things operate, not when I'm in charge. Alright, let's get this thing powered. It shouldn't need schlooping. Not schlooping, but sharding. Yeah, because it already puts out 240. Although this is assuming I'm only making one machine, which seems like a foolish thing to consider. But that's all we need for now, right? Also, 240, the rate for 240 on my logistics is a Mark 3 is fine. Yeah, if I want to improve this, I can improve it later. Whee! And more whee! But how do I know when I'm at the right level? I don't know. I really don't know. Couldn't I just build out a line over to this thing? You know what? Who and what army is going to stop me? Don't fall, don't fall. Oh, she is falling. She is falling bad. Catch, catch, catch. Ooh, we're in it. Excellent. I have no reason to think I'm not Cornac. Not at all. Alright, what are we thinking? Q, W, E, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P, A, S, D, F, G? Yeah, G, we've got it. Tempered and cheap, no thank you. Basic and fused, no thank you. I really hope that bug is fixed by the time we come back to this game. Fix that UI. Then again, it's already Friday, so I somewhat doubt it will be fixed. Right, so I want to build out to there and see if I can bring that thing over. Although I'm going to want to build that as per blueprint building, but that's okay, it snaps accordingly. So here seems fine. I love my wet concrete. And unlike many other things in this game, it loves me. They fixed some crashes today. Insufficient, I'm afraid. Alright, can I even catch you from here? You let it catch you? Okay, this is nice. This is good, I think. Still goes up a bit, but is that really a problem? In that case, what I should do is put down my belt here so that I've got a good idea for what's level and what's not. Seems pretty level to me. Welcome aboard. Is that at an angle? Seems to snap pretty nicely in with everything else. Or does it? This is snapped. No, I should have kept this thing here first. And then had it come in like so. There we go. So now the bauxite is here. But what's a man to do with all this bauxite? Knowing that the coal is there and the copper ore is here, I guess I could just start it here. Where does the water come from? There, of course. And that can just come up through pipework. I could see my dimensional portal of concrete doing its work. Although I'll probably have to figure out ways that I can move between lands here. I mean, I could just put down a big old elevator. I guess a powered elevator might also stop the cretins from appearing. If one could be so fortunate. We're right above the water here. What am I meant to do? Just build an elevator down to Waterville? I suppose I could. Oh, Jesus, no! No! Stop putting the jetpack in the dimensional portal. It's meant to put it on my person. When I press 1... it should be equipped, not put in here, but why is it... Since when did that change? Is that an update thing? Is that a hotkey? They broke it in 1.1. Okay, well they broke my legs in 1.1 as well. I want back up there. Oh well, we're down here regardless. Simple fix. You need 5 more jetpacks. Simple, huh? Oh, right, and of course it keeps forgetting my preferred fuel. Ugh. Actually, I bet it would work if I stopped carrying around the biofuel. But if I did that, I probably wouldn't be able to cut things down. Oh, there's no end to my trials and tribulations. Ooh, I like that. I like that as well. I don't like that so much. I'll be taking my alien trophy, thank you. Alright. Wait, what's all that gluey stuff? It's probably just tree stuff, right? Yeah, what could I put down here that stops alien stuff from respawning anyway? Just a real cheap, crappy... Oi! What? It's not hurting me, it's just sending me back. Please be gone. And while I'm here, I might actually need that bacon for more of my asthma inhalers. Adding simple foundations. Yeah, it'd be nice to put something down that just does an area of effect, stopping of them spawning. And I'm under the impression that anything that consumes power works. Maybe power storage works. That'd be a convenient way to always be on top of my power storage and not have these buggers constantly spawn. That's assuming that works. Maybe I should read up about that later. Point is, I've forgotten why I came down here. And it was probably to pump water up there. Here's another question. How high up is that? Building an elevator would be an easy way to find out. No, you just fell. No, I'm pretty sure I came here for water. Falling was probably my intentional way of coming down here. Yeah, but where is elevator? Personnel elevator. Starting here, but we don't have foundation. I much prefer having foundation. It just feels like something civilized people would have. And we're all about that down here. And then we just work our way up. Well, it's telling me it's over 150 meters high. It's a start. But I don't have a good way to, like, get in there and climb up. I need to be up there to begin with. Oh well. I'm sure that's not a sound to be concerned about. Be nice if I could ride this thing. I suppose in a sense I can. Okay, but this time... Ah, yes, if I recall well, we can't actually build up unless we remove the foundation first. So I actually need to put that in here and then bring you up like so. Oh. That's okay. Because what we can do... Why is there a floor stop here? I don't want a floor stop here. I want a floor stop up here. Actually, can I just copy that and again make it floor stop? Yes, good. Can I make it double-sided? Or have I just made two of them? No, it looks like you changed the direction that it goes. Interesting. And then I'm going to want foundation that comes down to you. Foundation. I guess a slight ramp will do it. Yes. And because this stuff is just thick enough, it doesn't look like I'm about to fall out. Elevator, please. Won't do anything until there's power. Boy, there are so many ways I could make this neater. I guess I did need to not have this redundancy line. This haphazard thing behind you, please. Power you up. Now I demand my elevator. Wait. Is there even an elevator? When there's no bottom floor. Oh, there's my elevator. I'm gonna need you down here, please. Oh, do you only need to power one of them? Does power flow throughout the whole thing? Or does this need power? I guess we'll find out if and when our elevator arrives. I suppose it needing power is not a big deal. Oh, it didn't need power. Alright, well, you're out of here. Is that the one? That was not the one. What did I just unpower? You. Alright. We're going up 164 meters, meaning this is going to need multiple pumps. Is that a problem? Can I build foundation next to this? Yes, I can. Interesting. Alright, cool. So if you're at 0 meters... doesn't quite tell me where's where on all of this. Maybe I can figure out by how high one of these floor stops is. If that goes up to 164 meters, then each of these are probably 4 meters high. In that case, I want to go up by 12 at a time. Oh boy. I would also quite like you to catch on this side, not on that side. Wait, why is this reversed? What? Okay, well, try not to worry about it. If this thing's powered, though... maybe we can just count it. 1 up, 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2... can I zoom in with photo mode here? Oh, wow, yeah, I can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 1, 2, and then we have a problem. However, this problem could surely be mitigated. The train would have been more fun. Well, you're right about that, but it probably would have been a lot more work as well. And how do we feel about work versus fun? Also, I put these the wrong way around. Probably, possibly not a problem. Oh, I forgot I was on zoop mode there. Why is this the opposite way? What is this? I suppose it's not a big deal that this is just here. It's not hurting anyone. Yeah, something ain't right about this, but yeah, whatever. What's the goal here with the pumps? I need to pump the water all the way up there. And I need these to pump it a bit higher because it only goes up by 50 meters per pump. Also, I'm going to need another stop here. That's 1 up, 2 up, 3 up, 4 up, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Who knows, I might even make use of these in some elaborate fashion down the line. Just pull a pillar of 4-meter foundation up next to the elevator. Ooh. Ooh, what a great idea. Saves me all this farting about. What a brilliant idea. See, the understanding of the tools that you have at your availability makes such things so much easier. So, 4 meters up vertically. It's probably larger than I need, but at least there's plenty of space to sort out how the tubing and that works. And then I want 2 more, and now this is 48 meters. And then I want that, and I want... whoa, Christ. I want to be in blueprint mode here. There we go. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think I did an 11th one there. So then up here is fine, and then we'll do this, get rid of you. And then we're going up by 1, 2, 3, 9 more there. Oh, I don't think we're making that. So if each of these are just little stops with pumps, we can bring it further up. Why not use walls next to the elevator? I'm sure that would also work. I don't think I've even tried walls. And then the last bit of pumping up here will get it there. So tell me about the pumps. Are they standalone or can they only be put on the pipes? Huh, I could just put them here and then feed the stuff into it. That's good. Do they have a direction? Yes, they do. Alright, in that case we should probably start from the bottom and work up. Just so I know my directions. How did that hurt? Oh, I can even put... Oh, wow, I didn't know I could do that. Aha. Did not know I could put them along the walls. That's cool. That means I could just put a wall along it and run the pump right up it. No need for foundations. Alright, foundations look ugly. Away you go. I'm sure people are screaming, this is what I was trying to tell you. Trying and failing, I might add. There we go, get that out of my face. Why? Why? Yep, I did not have it in my head that I could do pumps on walls, but now that I know pumps on walls, let's get a pump on a wall. A basic wall, I suppose. Any reason to have something cooler? Not that I can think of. And then we want to zoop these up the ways. This is assuming I can build pipes on walls. That looks a lot like building pipes on walls. You can change the material to concrete. Oh, good, because concrete is all I know and care about now. Says I'm dismantling 11 things. What am I extra dismantling here? Oh yeah, the one at the bottom. So, wall, basic walls, not fix it. It appears that I don't have access to concrete walls. Can we change that? I will want my fix-it coupons. I will want my awesome shop. Yes, yes, get on with it. I want my walls. Conveyor walls, steel-framed walls, but there's no wall packages here. There must be a better way to get other walls, right? I got the foundation set. Customizer menu, I think. Concrete foundation. Concrete wall. Excellent. Steel wall? No way. Glass roof not available. Alright. You win. I will buy you right now.
Decoration and organization go hand in hand. Fix-it HQ custodian, I always say. Use of these customizer features does not guarantee an aesthetically pleasing or user-friendly factory. That's the part that requires knowledge and skill.
Don't worry, Ada, I'm all over it. Now we can go concrete. Nice and hideous. And since there'll be powered pumps along here, that will further allow me to... Oh, we still got a bit more up there. That'll allow me to use my powered thing to get up there. Why don't I do it on the other side, though? This is where the water's going to be. Why doesn't he do it indeed? Alright, that's a start and a half. Is this where I find out that this isn't deep enough water for grabbing water from? Because that would be... let's go with hilarious. Nah, we were never in any trouble. It was born to give me water. Get you back on then, shall we? That makes my life easier. Water extractor. And again, these things pump out 120, and I only need not even 120. Could I not do something like this? That'll allow me to set up my junction nice and in line with you, or maybe. That is aggravatingly not in line. Hang on, could I build these in line with the pump? Or the pipeline, rather. What if I do this? I don't care about clipping, right? There we go. Well, I do care about clipping. It's important to me that my factory look nice. Despite how you might interpret the situation. But you're already in line, which means I just need to pull this thing back. Get in step. Whoa, okay, that's going right through the wall. Ah, but I like straight. Besides, we're simply cutting through the wall to make space for our pipe. That is okay. 2 of these should be fine, and if we need to upgrade it, that we can certainly do. You have half foundations if you care about clipping. That I do. And I do care about clipping, but this is hardly Clip Factory right here. This is how we want it to be. It's meant to go above the water a little bit. Yeah, straight pipes are so nice. And we're going to straight pipe it up here, but how? I got to keep count again, don't I? 6, E. I am going to make the... No, that doesn't do it. Pump, Mark II. We're going to need to start with one of these bad boys. Ooh, I can even put it in line. Somewhere. Come on, you showed me as being in line right there. Do it again. You're a real piece of work, you know that? Right. There we go. Build the pipes first, the pumps are last. Really? Because what I think is the pumps are first. All our days like that. Alright. The downside, I suppose, is I need to put power into each of them. But the power is probably why I have things like wall outlet. Yeah. And then you go into wall outlet. Clipping is of no concern with power lines. Not my concern, at least. And then I simply need to bring you up by a number of floors that I have to keep count of, I suppose. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 of them. That gives me a bit of leeway because 12 is 48 and these things apparently lift 50. Woo. Straight, please. And then I want my... I can't get my wall thing, so I gotta just accurately get it there. And then bring it up. And bring you down. And bring you into here. And then bring our way up some more. If you add pipes and running extractor, it will show you where the head lift runs out. Ooh. But I've already done the counting, so I'm sure it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Is that in line? Is that in line? I think I'm one off. But surely that's... No, I'm just completely right as usual. I'm making this so much more work for myself than I'm sure is necessary, but that's okay. You go through the same thing with Factorio. You make everything look like pulling your own teeth out, and then as you gain more experience, you're able to master the game, and then doing stuff like this is no problemo. But right now, I'm certainly making it seem like problemo, of that I'm sure. Even though it doesn't matter so much, I still want to lift this up by the maximum amount of lift. The end goal is to torture chat. No, that's the first goal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I will feel like a right potato salad, though, if I don't have the lift here. It just craps out at certain points. Oh, that would be fun and funny. Kind of a shame that blueprints have to be made on specific blueprint facilities. See, in Factorio, when you make something like this, you just... Oh, I've made something good. Just look at it, copy it, paste it, and keep going. Rather than having to do this manually 4 times. But them's the breaks. Alright, now... At long last, it's here. Right on top of the lift? And you call this straight? You'd call this straight. Invalid pipe shape. I disagree. How about valid pipe... What? How about valid pipe shape? Alright, she looks good. She looks better than good. She looks not half bad. So the water is being brought up, is what I'd say if I'd actually powered these things, but I'm fairly certain I did not. But you can also be powered by this. Dyson Sphere program is in early access, meaning no, I will not check it out. I knew it is bent at the bottom, but that's okay. Look, a little drop of water will become many more drops of water in due time. So we got the bauxite and we got the water. You know what that means? Solution. Also, goodbye Mercers. I'm kind of full here. Alumina solution. Sloppy alumina. It's just water, it's just bauxite, it's in equal amounts. 200 per. And really, one refinery is going to chug this out at such a ridiculously high rate? Well, I guess that's good, but I was expecting to need a massive array of refineries. Think about the direction, think about how this factory is going to expand, think about how this is in the wrong place. I guess I can just have it here and it can array in that direction if growth is required. I could even have it all the way back here, make it not have to go so far. But I do like the idea that this can grow. So, refineries, refineries. Yeah, the idea of just one refinery covering everything, it seems bizarre. What's the catch here? 200 bauxite a minute? Well, the catch is it needs to scale, eventually, one way or another. So be ready for it? I guess so. Right. Maybe the solution to aluminium is rough. Rough? I do not know what you're saying. So I probably don't need to know. Belts on high, water in low. Belts on high, water in low. Yeah, for some reason I feel like there's some kind of overhead to doing belts high, but there's really not, is there? That just comes along here, and the pipes come along at the bottom. Keep it nice and tight. Which means we're going to want conveyor splitters, bringing it in this way. Keep it straight. It's really no problem having it come in like that, but I would rather it elevates a bit more rapidly. So could we perhaps do this and that? No, it hates that. That's amusing. How about that then? No, it still doesn't like it so much. How about that goes the wrong way around? It is lined up though, right? So just do that and then have you come in here. Never a problem in my life. Somebody said this was a complicated thing to set up. Who was pulling my pizzle like that? I gave myself way more space than I need as well. Thinking that it was going to be some kind of disasterific outcome. Alright, let's keep it straight. Straight is best. Straight certainly looks best. Although it's easier if I can tell what is straight in the way I need it here. Why can't I connect to you now, though? I can, but... How strange. You're using the recipe with no byproduct. Tier 1 versus Tier 2 pipes, Jake. Ah. You're right. Thank you. And it doesn't matter currently, but it will matter down the line, and I'll wonder why everything is so slow. Because a Tier 1 pipe can handle... how much was it? 300 meter. Yeah, cubic meters. So there we go. The alumina solution is being processed. Nice and easy with bauxite and water. Now that we have that, we need to jiggle it into scrap. So we simply take it and we refine it through coal. What is this other one that I'm missing, by the way? It was another one that I thought, ooh, that's complicated. I think it involved sulfuric acid. No, sulfuric acid got rid of the alumina solution. I don't know. Did you move a section of pipe? Probably not, given this thing is full of water. Unless you mean for upgrading, in which case probably also no. Also, come on, ma'am. What do you have? I can no longer scan. That can't be right. Video, UI scaling. No, it's user interface, UI scaling, scaling. Let's get tiny. There we go. Hey, it almost helps finding this list. Q, W, R, T, Y, U, I, O, P. P! P is the answer. Cheap silicon. No, I don't want these. I still don't want these. Stop showing them to me. Wait a second. I rescanned it and just gave me the same thing. What? You've got access to everything you can find so far. The random pool is out of recipes on this tier. But it's still scanning another hard drive, so what's the other hard drive going to give me? I am curious enough to wait and find out, but not at this UI setting here. Please give me back regular scaling, or scaling the way I like it. Fascinating. The last two recipes. Okay, that doesn't change the fact of what I'm doing here, which is solution into making my scrap. We take the... It still has water byproduct that I need to spend, though, doesn't it? 12 into 7, 4 into 2? No, that's 3 times the alumina. It uses 1800 per minute. I make more than that, but I could always shard it up. Or just make more. Make more is also fine. Just pick the crappy research. No. No, I don't want it. Well, maybe someday I should. At least options are there, right? You know what? Why not? Let's go through and take those crappy options, shall we? Just to get them out of the way. We've clogged this up hard enough, and it's not like we're short on hard drives. Wait, but I can't, because I can't select them. Oh, lordy. I thought we had a solution to this. Yeah, there we go. By narrowing it down with the searching, we have a solution for it. Okay, but surely neither of these are any good. Alright, steel cast plate, please. Plastic smart plating. Adds plastic, makes it faster, but not... Oh yeah, faster and more. But the wiring... By adding a high-speed connector, we crank out triple the rate. Alright, give me that. And then... Yeah, S is a good one. Fused quick wire... Oh, I still can't get this. Sa? Fused quick wire, alloy... Mixing iron ore and copper ore together to make that. Surely it's still better to just add water. Give me the fused quick wire. Now give me... Basic or fused? I should, at this point, I should just be clicking randomly on them, right? Still getting that early access experience with experimental. So it seems. Bolts. Oh, we don't like bolts. Keep those away. Coat my iron plates in plastic, please. Give me Caterium. The other one's still researching, right? Insulated crystal, tempered caterium. Give me the insulation. Yeah, at this point, let's not be anal about it. Hey, we'll even take the automated miners that someone was saying was truly S tier. That's right, automating miners. Still better than bolts, though. And give me Caterium iron, because I can't imagine wanting canisters. Well, it's canisters not made out of plastic, but then it needs copper and iron. Seems like a waste of time. And if I'm all done with my recipes, then surely it's a good idea to wait on hard drives until I unlock the next tier. Then again, that might be far enough away, and I'm sure I'm going to be finding more of them. Hey, that means I could rescan these, right? Oh, but it'll just give me the other garbage. Cheap silica, please. Fine concrete. Rubber concrete. These both sound terrible. Give me fine concrete, please. Oh, but rubber concrete gives you so much faster concrete. Oh, I can even select this now. Alright, I'll take the bio coal. I keep looking up to the top left because I want to move my cursor up here, but of course it closes the image. Polymer resin, please. And fine black powder, please. And compacted steel ingots, please. We get new recipes at this tier when you unlock the remaining things. Yeah, and that's going to need my aluminium setup. Because I need the aluminium for the next researchy bits. Heavy... Ooh, that is bolt galore. Might still be worth it though, but Aluminium beams. Why would you ever want to make your beams out of aluminium? Oh, that seems like a poor choice. Aluminium rods. Yeah, sure. That's another poor choice. Insulated cable. I thought I had that one. More cables. Ooh, but people love the diluted fuel. And leaching. Ew. Alright, there we go. Now we chewed through the recipes. Ah, yeah, you've got all the good recipes already. Good. Doesn't change what I need to do here, though. I need to turn this alumina into something. Need to turn it into scrap, and that's used in a refinery. Could blend it into batteries. But no, refinery is needed. It's just the same thing, but with coal added. The coal is down here, so it can really just be brought along, essentially next on the same belt. I just bring it over here and then bring it up in a similar fashion. Seems devilishly easy to do. Just bring this out. Give myself plenty of space to work with. There's no good reason not to. Remind myself that you are going to be on... not sloppy alumina. You're going to be on alumina scrapping. Which one? Which one? Surely this one, right? Wait, that's petroleum coke. That is a different story altogether. That is made from heavy oil. Do I want to do that? Where's my nearest oil? Could always buy the aluminium in the awesome shop. Speed up the milestones. That is an option. The oil's a bit far away. The coal is right here and slightly closer. But I am considering if it wouldn't just be better to bring over a little pile of oil. Because I can make oil into heavy oil, right? 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 Ah, that's right. I did it with a heavy oil residue and I sunk the polymer resin. Yeah. Is that worth it, though? And then that gets turned into petroleum coke. And then that gets shoved into here. That's a whole other step when I could just bring over coal. Yeah, coal seems considerably simpler. And we're looking right at the coal, so gimme, gimme. I suppose one way or another I'm going to need power over here, so let's just go Geronimo. And then bring you over. You have space to connect? Naturally. I guess I could just overbuild these. There's no need to maximize the distance we get on them. It costs concrete, copper, steel, wires, all things that we have automated in plentiful amounts. So there's no need to worry about just overbuilding these. I've been a bit too anal about stretching them out as far as they can go. And also think of the utility I'm offered by simply being able to go like this. Ain't laughing at no shores here, lassie. Apparently I'm looking right at the coal. Does this feel like looking right at the coal to you? Might be under that tree. Oh, no, the pile is right there. Joyous. Thing of beauty. And that looks, well, I was going to say it looks pretty pure, but it's impure. They're both impure. How much of that coke did I think I needed 120. The Miner Mark II will get me enough to just have one of those things running, but maybe I'll take the Mark II and shove shards into it. Sounds like there's a lot of angry things around me, but I don't see them. Well, not to worry. It's far from my concern. Where are you, Miner Mark II? And it's really no big deal just to elevate you along here, is it? Where's the other coal? There we go. And all I need to do is bring you back over in this direction. Easiest done by what exactly? Life is always easier with the beauty of foundations. Beautiful, chunk-aligned foundations. So I can just bring it up here and then bring it along here. At least as long as these foundations hold. And why would they not? These guys are being a real pain, though. A real pain. Quite close to actually just turning on passive mode with them. I think it's the respawn that's getting me. You kill them, but they just keep on coming back. Oh, that and their massive aggro range. I don't think I'll do peaceful mode though, right? Don't like changing the rules right at the end of a run. Or, well, we're not at the end, clearly. But mid-run. Alright, so just bring this stuff up and over there and all should be well. Up and up and up and over. Nice little walkway though, like the fact that you just build this stuff whenever, wherever. But I don't like you, and you are going to continue doing this to me, aren't you? Actually, you and your friends are going to be doing this to me. Yeah, I think it's because compare the situation to Factorio. Yeah, there's manual clearing of biters, but over time you automate the biters away. I'm not really sure if you automate them away in any way in this game. I guess the automation is build a factory on their remains and they won't come back. That's not quite as satisfying as set up the artillery bombardment. I could certainly set up a bombardment for these fine folk. Yeah, Factorio's enemy system is indeed much more interesting. But, as people are keen to point out to me, we're not playing Factorio. What am I doing here? Where do you get the hole for conveyor lifts? There's no scaling war here. Biters get harder and they grow, etc. Well, these guys get harder the more dangerous positions that you go to. There is that. But I think at this point they're really just an annoyance. And maybe that's what they're meant to be, but it doesn't change the fact that they are annoying. Right. Conveyor lift 3 is more than I need for this. And then I want a merger here. Hang on, hang on, hang on. Do these merge into this thing? Because it seems to be going out rather than... Oh, that's because this thing is reversed. Whoops. I thought something wasn't adding up there. How do I reverse it? There we go. Not a Mark V though, please. Now we can have a merger that does merge into there. And all is well. You there, get in here. You there, get in here. Not no, yes. Now we have coal aplenty coming up. But I believe I mentioned I would like to big them up. Did I want to? What's my production ratio here? Alumina solution from scrapping is 120 with 240. So if two of these are going 120, I can support it nicely. I will have to remind myself of what's coming out here. You just need 120 coal, not 240. Ah, but you see, I want more. What is your problem here? Why is it all in red? Yellow, rather. Swear I'm not colorblind. I just get words mixed up, you see. I'm word blind. Also blind. If you believe that nasty people in here, who have no shortage of horrible things to say to me. I'm wondering when we will actually do some really cool train stuff. Because trains are cool. That's an established fact. Why are you bending? Not bending. Still not bending. Alright, now can I get you up here? Zoop. Oh boy, here we go again. Zoop. One hole, please. Nice of them to give me that little center square to work with. I do appreciate that greatly. When things work, they work in a very satisfactory manner in this game. I have not a complaint to say about that. And now that you're just going to go up and follow our friend over there. In perhaps an overly complex way? No, surely not. Surely not. Does that look bent to you? That looks bent to me. Looks like a tip is bent. Heck. It is bent. Why is it bending? Should it be bending? I am building straight, right? Straight as a pretzel. But look, it's bending. Straight, 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 straight. Bending. Oh well. Not really any skin off my nose. Right. I should still be coming down to here. Let's have this in line and also perhaps near where I want this to be. Although it doesn't really matter. It kind of goes off to the side anyway. I could have you come here for all I care. And I do care. So once again, give me the hole. Is there any reason for building the aluminium plant so high? Yeah, get me away from all the foul stuff here. I just saw the highest hill that I could that was reasonably close to all the ingredients for aluminium and built there. Yeah, wrong way around is often the case. There we go. If you want a reason beyond that, you are not really going to find one. Building high keeps these critters away from me. I've had too many instances of trying to do stuff and just having them shoot me, so I wanted to have it work like this. Where I can ascend beyond the concerns of such things. Where's my coal, by the way? I would have expected the coal to be here by now, but it is busy not being here by now. What did I not connect, or did I reverse a belt? Oh no, we are no longer building temporary things, Bazzy Joe. We have been building temporary things so that when I get to this stage, I can build things with a sense of permanence. Sure looks like it's going that way. Sure looks like it should be going that way. But I can only assume I somehow built this the wrong way around. Which would explain why you didn't snap into it properly. What? Nothing personal. What's the problem here? It merges, it comes up here, it goes through the hole, and it comes out top. Here it is. I can even extend it up if I want. But it's not going through the hole properly. Is this the problem? Somehow? Can I build a lift coming out of this thing? Okay, good. Wait, what? Oh, that's not... Wait, what? I am so confused. Okay, we're starting again. You come down to here. You feed into... Oh, that's right. We need to have them come together. Is that a death crate? It's a you've been building and deleting too much crate. All right, let's try and sort out our overly busy stuff here. Don't need you. Don't need you. Don't need rotors. I'm not throwing away wood. That's not how I roll. I can throw away screws though. Sod screws. But I like my steel. Anyway, you're here now. I want this to be a conveyor merger that sends things up. Then we go here. And then you go in here. And it should start going up. Yay! And then when it's up and at the top, we then have it go out and out. Why? The first time we've had this problem, right? It's coming up the wrong way. What do you mean the wrong way? I attached it from here. I think the merger placed on top of the bottom lift is breaking it. It's from the wrong side. Yeah, that doesn't look right, does it? It connected, though. It even locked in. Huh. Okay, then what are we to do in this situation? Work from the bottom going up? Now I'm quite confused. Right, hang on. Why be confused when we can become unconfused? Bring this down. Let's try this again, shall we? You get fed in here, but this time, instead of building this directly onto you, which seems to be causing all sorts of nonsense, I'm going to build you adjacent to you. That way this can come in, and then you can come to here, and then you can come to here. Then it all comes up, and then we are as happy can be. Hey! Looks like the elevator connected to one of the belts instead of the merger. But the elevator wasn't being connected to anything. The merger connected to the elevator, and then the belt connected to the merger. And we could see that the coal was coming up here, so the problem was somehow the connection between the lift and either the hole or the top lift. Anyway, that's of little concern to me. Now we have our coal, and we can ride the coal belt along with the everything else, and we can make sure everything is nice and non-clippy. Whee! The elevator belt was on the wrong side, so it didn't connect to the top lift. See, that's not true either, surely. Because we had the lift going up this way before, right? Or was it on the other side? Now I can't remember. I can't remember how it looked before. Yeah, and the coal did go up. Well, whatever. I'm not in QA anymore. Let the coffee stain fix it. But everything I built snapped into position there. You saw it, I saw it. So we're bringing over... Hang on. I just realized. Didn't I make those things do 240 each, meaning that level 3 belt isn't enough? I need capacity for 200 and... I need capacity for 480 here. I need to double check what's coming out here. Haven't been paying enough attention. It's 120 each. I think it's 120 base that I ended up doubling up to 240 each. That is exactly not what I did. Really? The base is 60 on a Mark II? Ah, that's right. Impure is 30. Doubled to 60. Doubled again to 240. Yep. Not a problem then. Impure node. So we have 240 of coal coming in. Like, bringing coal into a production line should not have been difficult, but there you go. Mix the coal with the alumina, get the aluminium scraps. Be very happy that my water pumps are functioning as I want them to, which is to say correctly. And have my glorious factory far away from those disgusting scrubs on the ground floor, munching their leaves and whatever else they do. So, to be clear, in comes this solution. However, with 240 coal coming in, I probably want 2 of these.
A productive pioneer is a good pioneer.
I must be pretty damn good then, Ada. The problem is that's going to eat 4, and we're producing... Wait, I'm producing so much more that I would want... I want even more coal. How much more coal? That'd be like 60. Now I'm going to have... That's fine. There's no byproduct to worry about here, so this is okay. Don't worry, Ada. I'm on the case. On the job. Doesn't need to have high throughput either. But I like the future-proofing of putting in Mark IIs. Not the ones going to machines, we don't care about that, but future-proofing is good proofing. Oh, I love the sounds of fluid moving in this game. It's very satisfying. Much like having your first oil refinery set up in Factorio. Somebody was saying earlier, and quite rightly so, this game benefits considerably from being built on the shoulders of giants. That particular giant being Factorio. Is this where we find that this also doesn't fit in for some bizarre reason? I'm hoping the answer is no, we don't find that right now, because everything is going to work perfectly. How much higher do I want this thing to be anyway? Does that seem about right? Does that look like a cue to you? This is okay though, because I can put it here and then put it here. Whether or not it wants to tell me it's in line. Splendid. Yeah, this is very satisfying when it all works. Why smart splitters? Crumbs. Just because they were what I hit when I toggled through. I did not intend to put smart splitters. They look too damn similar to the other ones. Conveyor splitter. Yes. I think I was just looking for first word then splitter. Did not parse between conveyor or not. Recht. After all that, we're here. Despite everything, it's still you. At long last, aluminium scraps and byproducts of water. What did we say we would do with that water? You use 10 cubic meters. You don't put out that many cubic meters. Per 4 used, per 12 coming out. It's probably a good idea to loop that water back around and feed into here. How can I do that anyway? Do I have smart junctions? Water certainly needs to get used for something. So. Here's what we'll do. Junction. Water comes out. Nice and straight, ideally. Straight is how we like it. Straight. Future-proof ourselves with Mark IIs. Now, I want that water used first, and I only want this stuff pumped in if the water here is insufficient. Now, how could one do something like that? A valve limits pipeline flow rate attached to a pipeline with an in-out direction. So surely I could just attach that to you. Even right here at the source. But how does it get configured? This looks like it just changes the speed. It doesn't have logic. Yeah, I was hoping I could do what I do in, say, Factorio, smack some red wire on it and say only function if and only if you're reaching this certain point. If it doesn't have logic, then I'm going to have to balance this, which is awkward because this is something that I want to scale up. Also, we're limited on bauxite here. Also, we got all these shards. So consider an alternative approach where I don't do that, and instead do pretty much anything else. I like that idea. Anything else. That means I want my organizational radar tower smacked right here, telling me what resources are available. Funnily enough, nothing of great value. Need to do calculations? Absolutely not. We're going to look at water and consider what it can be done, what it can be used with. Wet concrete, plastic, packaging water. Although I'm told you can't sink packaged water, so that's out of the question. Biofuel doesn't automate. Pure ingots. Deuterium. Alumina solution is back. Plastic, sloppy, acid, diluted fuel, distilled silica. I'm actually very surprised at the lack of junk resources around here. I thought I'd at least find some limestone. Why trust if you can verify what you cannot sink? Might be some outdated early access peasant info. Because packaging the water will require packaging, which is going to require oil over here anyway. Sounds like too much work. And I would know a thing or two about too much work. Alright, how about this normal limestone thing? Tell me about the ratios of wet concrete, please. I could definitely pump out enough normal limestone to have sunk wet concrete. And the concrete is largely along the same path as we just carved out for the coal. So we just bring this stuff up and over, and all is well. And then we sink it instead of doing any fancy shenanigans here. Alternatively, hold that thought. 10... 2... Yeah, I can't just feed this thing on that system currently. Could get the pure copper for the clad sheets. Now there's another thought. We do need copper here. And I can overflow spill the copper out. Do I need the copper actually? When we have our aluminium scrapping, the aluminium scrap will be turned into pure ingots. I do not think I want the marginally improved ratios from silica, largely because there is no quartz nearby. No quartz for a country mile. Copper's a fair distance away, though. Yeah, I guess that's not a big deal. Just build over to it. Build a little big foundation thing that comes over and then bring it back. That seems simple enough. The big factory in the sky will demand it. Yeah, so we'll just bring the copper over. How pure are you, by the way? Pure as the driven snow. And then over here we just process the copper into ingots. The excess gets dumped. And the rest goes in towards making the aluminium sheets. And this is the only way to make aluminium sheets. Interesting. You don't need a lot of copper, but that's fine. Alright, very well. Copper is the solution. Can't you pull quartz from your dimensional storage or whatever? not in an automated fashion. Dimensional storage can be automated with input, but not with output. Tragic, I know. You know, I'm really not that far away from my copper ore, which is quite nice. It might be a bit of a pain to have the belts come along and then have to dance and weave around my belts. What if I put the belts underneath, though? I was considering this previously, and now I'm very much considering it. Yeah, give me a good reason I can't do that. Alright, very well. Speaking of using wet concrete, let's use our vast amounts of automated wet concrete to expand the Sky Factory in that direction. You can use the copper for the aluminium casings for your increased output. Yeah, that was part of the reason we took it, right? Because copper is also available here. I imagine I only need one of these pure copper things, but I want to be right on top of it, if you could be so kind. Gonna be a bit of a trek down to it, but that's my problem, not anyone else's. You are coming over here. What's the point in having all this concrete if we don't really make the big concrete factory in the sky? My thought is just bringing you over. You're coming with me. Don't suppose they really need to be lined up in any fantastically accurate position. These can be moved in the future. I'm not saying they're temporary, but the concept is permanent here. So. That means I'm thinking about going under with this. I like going under. I am perhaps not such a fan of not having energy down here. I want to be able to fly. So you will help with that. And I hate this tree already. But these trees are much too big to destroy. Can you nuke them? Can you take these out in any way? Do I have a nuke? I have one nuke obelisk. Alright, let's find out. I want you to do me the favor of going away. That's right, you change it like so, don't you? Nuke, Nobelisk. Get deployed. Get explodey. The nukes in this game continue to let me down. Nobody should have to go through this much being let down. My controller certainly vibrated though. Wait, why did it vibrate? What? Definitely getting the early access experience with this experimental, but I suppose the thing about experimental is you're opting into it, so you're making this choice for yourself. Right, there's the copper. I want the copper just up and around. It shouldn't need to join with anything else. Yeah, quite the tree, isn't it? Production miner. Although maybe, just maybe, I could foundation on it a bit first, just so I am perfectly chunk aligned, as one should be. And make it hard to ever realize there's actually an ore thing under there. Miner, Mark II. Can't see the blessed foundations above, but I want you in line with that. Oh, well, I just need you in line with the existing foundations here. Now... out you come, and up you come. How much of this stuff am I going to want? 240 per minute? What kind of man needs more than 240 copper ore per minute for this sort of routine? Nobody I need to know, that's for sure. Stay hydrated. Actually, that's a pretty good idea. And I put away my water. I have made some poor decisions with my time, it seems. Actually, that is a great point, considering I've been going all day. Let me go and grab some water, and I'll be back momentarily. Better put on some music for that, though, right? Don't tell me no, tell me yes. There we go. There we go. Much better. Cheers, Android. Now let's get this copper ore flowing. Potentially to these beats. Not sure I trust pre-positioning the hole this time. Although we're not doing a hole, are we? We're going under. So I imagine I want you here. Now this is something I have not done much of. But are you going to automatically connect this? You are! Oh, that's nice. That's really nice, actually. But why is the tip bending? You're all seeing that, right? It's set on straight, it's chunk aligned, but the tip keeps bending. Why? Default doesn't bend. Well, default bends in its own ways. Oh well, still bringing you along here, and I'm hopefully not going to run out of electric juice. Yeah, the tip keeps bending. What is up with that? Straight mode is buggy for straight belt. So it seems. Alright, well, I'm still bringing you along here. And also, that's quite enough out of you. Bye-bye, boombox. Gonna make do with the game's own elevator music. I guess it's fine if it's not super well aligned, but fine isn't good enough. I should be close enough if I just build this stuff over, huh? Alright, you're coming with me. I still want it straight, though. I like straight mode. I don't want straight mode to betray me like this. Alright. We know vaguely where we're going. Although I gotta hand it to the game for blocking what I need to see with all this information. Maybe I should just be a bit lower down, make life easier for myself. I feel constantly threatened by the idea that the electric jetpack could cut out at any moment. It's a little disconcerting. Only a little, though. We're made of sterner stuff. Is this where I want it popping out, anyway? No, we still got a ways to go, but I should follow the edge here, anyway. I like things being underneath and out of sight and out of mind. You're a little too far away there. Go for it. Catch. Okay, whew. It was worse in EA. They doubled the range of the hover pack in one point. Wow, well, could they double it again? Would that be too much to ask? I love hearing stories of it's worse in EA because it's wonderful vindication for my... Wah! I need to learn to mod this game. There are too many annoyances that I want rid of. And I don't mind them existing if there's ways in the game to deal with it. You know, if we had some kind of up... Why is it tip bending? I want the tip to bend. Come on, have less of that, please. I think I'll do that on my days off, actually. Look into modding some of my annoyances away. Look, the curve is straighter than the straight. It's really easy to mod with the Satisfactory mod manager. Thank you, I will do my utmost to look into that. Now with this bendy tip, I don't even know which way it was meant to be going, but okay, out you come. See, sometimes the tip is bending and sometimes it is not. And this seems like the most basic thing one could do in the game. Dragging a straight belt along a chunk-aligned foundation, no less. Okay, well now that we have it to the end, I want it to pop out of the hole here. Sometimes if you make it shorter, it won't bend. Sound advice, but I didn't want to do short. Right. Also, sometimes. Many things happen sometimes. There we go. That was harder than it needed to be. Maybe the belt bends because it wants to align to the true global grid, not with what you think is the global grid. I made this so that it snaps exactly to the global grid by building on a giant place so far away. Right, all that hideous distraction aside, I might leave this pipework here as a reminder that I could feed it back. To that extent, I would bring you out like so. But the water's main job is going to be making pure ingots. And that is production, right? Smelting, foundry, no, it's not that. Nor is it a blender, it's a refinery, of course. And it's okay if the refinery is quite close and even in line here. And bring the copper over and along. Copper, tell me. I want to make... Not leached, God no. Who would want leached? I can't see everything. I was wondering why that information felt so obfuscated. I think it's because of the scaling. Alright, less faffing around with the scaling, please. This game's got it in for me today. It's probably some kind of punishment for not continuing on with the absolute slapping I'm getting in Dominions. Alright, there we go. Each of these will consume 4, so 2 of these outputs will meet 1 of these and pump out 15 copper ingots, 37.5 per minute. A 1:2 ratio. That's perfectly acceptable. Get stuck in. And as for you there, lift Mark 3. Yes. Yes. But also no. With a conveyor splitter coming in like so. Can you get down there? Of course the conveyor belt's too steep when you do it like that. The numpties here. Who would call someone a numpty, though? And I see a bent tip. Don't you bend on me. That definitely bent, but okay. Right, in it goes, at long last. We got there in the end. I think something that bothers me is, this is all very simple stuff. Extremely simple. This could have taken 10 minutes, instead it's taken 3 hours. Mostly because I'm fighting against building things. Terrain's getting in the way, the wildlife is getting in the way. So it's definitely a different kind of experience from Factorio. Which actually makes the factory building part of Factorio feel that much better. It's just that this game has more things going for it. Yeah, we're not done yet, right? This copper is but another ingredient towards making aluminium. So aluminium scrap is coming out at an exceedingly rapid rate, 360 per minute. Ooh, I hadn't considered that. And nor had I considered how that stuff gets processed. Wait, had I? The coal. It's coming together with the coal to make the scrap, but what does the scrap do to make the other stuff? The scrap makes the ingots. This could be a problem. Because I probably want dedicated refineries opposite these things that make them. Otherwise, I'm going to have some very clogged belts. Should have considered the ratios there. Wow, one of these feeds many, many... well, let's say many. How many is that going to feed? Like 3 of them? 4 of them. Ah, but we do pure stuff. Oh, even more than 4 of them. 6 of them, huh? So I want 6 smelters per refinery. A shape is forming in my head, but it means that this thing's going away. That's okay, this is not a big deal. We can reposition where this is at our leisure. But our leisure is not now. What we have now is a need for vast amounts of aluminium ingots. Not you, not you, and not you. Not even you. So how will we have this come out? I'm thinking... It's been known to happen. What's the speed of that maximum speed belt that I have? 780. And we're pumping out 360 times 2. Okay. 720 then. So I could have this thing come out. Like so. Alright, we can make this work. I've already built 2. The sensible thing would be to rebuild this in a spaced out manner. But let's not do sensible. Let's do something else. There's really no need here, though. I don't need to merge these two. I'm just making extra work for myself. Right, in that case... I really feel like the water should be high and this should be low, given the process order that's being done here. And also, I feel like some of this rubbish needs to ging-awa. Curse my eternally full... inventory here. No, don't throw the concrete away. We might need that someday. He's still thinking, don't worry. The brain is operating. It's not enough alumina either. Yeah, more alumina needs to come out, but we're limited on coal because of the 2 impure coal nodes. The next tier of miner would be able to take care of that. But so would bringing over some more coal. Ooh, well, actually, more coal. It's all impure stuff, though. But enough impure coal is still going to fill her up. Yeah, we can make that work. Right. Can you just come up? Is that a thing you can do? Maybe. That's gonna work, right? And then I could shove the junction on the end. Junction doesn't like being here for some reason. Why not? Why can't I attach a junction onto this? I can do it through it, but not on the end. I could do it on the end here, though, right? No, you can't attach junctions to these. Stick a piece of pipe on top and then junction that. Stick a piece of pipe on top. Except... How? This is absolutely not what I was trying to do. You could delete the support as well. Is that going to help at all? That's what I want. Hey, look at that. Oh, that is so much better. Brilliant. Now I wish for you to get over there. And then I just want to do this again. Which was here, and then up, going straight, but I think it came out a bit more. Please, game. Was it auto done then? Building this kind of stuff is really why one should have blueprints, I'm sure. But do I have blueprints? Absolutely not. Alright, there we go. That gets you out. Now I can finally, freely, maybe bring you out. Straight, please, with no bendy tips. And now my grand plan is to have those smelters. How many was it? 6 into 360, so 6 of them. Production. No, it's not production. I want just basic refineries. That feels weird, but at least they're cheaper to schloop if nothing else. Not even refineries, smelters. Once upon a time, these smelters felt like they were so big, and now they are so tiny. Oh well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Why is there a space here? Easy money, and we will do... We will realize that I didn't leave enough space between them. A common problem that I do. I always underestimate how big and chunky the splitters get on that. So let's smelt a little further away, shall we? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hey, there we go. Right, life is good now. And there's no reason to think these won't be able to connect to each other. Donk donk. Donk donk. Donk donk. And even more donkey donking. I still think I can merge these together and then have these split out in another better way. Yeah, have these come together, crap out to a Mark V. You know what? I want to do that. And so we will do it. So we're going to have a merger to take them out to there. The merger is going to crank these things out at ridiculous Mark V speed. Which means that these center bits also need to be Mark V, don't they? That's fine. The cost in aluminium is trivial. And as you know, this is all to automate aluminium, so it stands to reason that we should have this. And that actually lines up pretty well with these. Not bad. Not bad at all. Get in there. Get in there. I feel like I should be at the Crucible. Get in! And now you all need your orders to make me pure aluminium. Very good. And paste, 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 paste. Paste, 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 paste. Doesn't really matter how it looks. What matters is what comes out. Good, solid advice. These things are going to need the power. Where's my original power? I thought I dragged you over to this side for something. That's right, I did at one point. Still keep our Mark II power pole over here. Connect it thusly. Clearly no clipping as it effortlessly goes between the machines. And then you come over to here. And then you go 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and 6. And 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 5 and what? There was an attempt there. And 5 and I'm missing one. No, I'm not, because you didn't chain over to this. Also, Vroom is in, gifting an inexplicably enormous amount of subscriptions there, so thank you kindly. Good lord, that is enormous. Hello, sir. I absolutely loved your Frostpunk and Frostpunk 2 content on YouTube. Thank you. Well, I'm the one thanking you here, but you're more than welcome. I loved Frostpunk, so it only stood to reason that I would make so many videos about it. Frostpunk 2, it's a game, and it's not even a bad game, but it's not the lightning in a bottle that Frostpunk 1 was. Alright, there we go. The ingots, they are flowing. Now that I make 30 per minute of these each, they can come out and coalesce and come down here. Now, I want this scalable. I imagine in the future there's going to be 10 of these and 20 of those and an incalculably large number of smelters, which means we should carry the carry the ingots away here. So yes, this entire space is going to be left free. Now, maybe during this long play that's not at all necessary. Maybe I'm thinking too big. Kind of hope that I am, because I don't know how I'd easily blueprint this. If it was Factory, I'd just go copy, paste, and then all would be done. Can't imagine what this is doing for the encoding right now. But anyway, we're going to carry this down away along with the copper over here, such that we can make the goodies. Now, what are the goodies? Now that we have the aluminium sheets, we're going to make them into... Wait, we don't have the sheets, we have the ingots. But we can turn the ingots into sheets and casing. We can make rods. We love rods. We don't love rods. Anyway, the sheets. And the water is going to be used to make the copper. So I think first things first, we bring the water over here for some copper. But whoa, easy now, easy now. I don't want to run out of my energy, because all we need is a little energon and a lot of luck. Alright, that should catch me. So, those refineries that I chucked away and didn't actually do before, where are you? Refinery. So I'm thinking the line for both copper and the aluminium can go down that way. Is that really what I'm thinking? Well, the copper shouldn't scale up that much. In fact, the copper could even be shoved out here. That's really no skin off my nose. Just want to leave a lot of space available for potential future things. Also, there's way too much garbage in my inventory. I need to go back to the main base and do a big deposit. This is where, once again, Factoria reigns supreme with its auto-sorting. No space for you guys, even. And I'm even trying to pull away from my inventory whenever I craft things. Right, never mind that, though. Mind the fact that I need my... not smelter, but refinery. So if I do the refining over here and drag it along here, then it could be brought off in that direction for other goods. Will I ever possibly need more of these? Hard to imagine, but if I just shove you here, then it's absolutely trivial to bring the water out in that direction. Why is the water still feeding in this direction? I thought I destroyed this. I was all but certain I had destroyed this. Oh, I remade it because I needed this. Yes, of course. Not a concern. So you there, you need to make me my beloved pure... where is it now? Pure copper ingots. It uses 4 cubic meters of water, which is exactly what we produce. So it's very little overhead to bring you down, hopefully straight. Hey, I like it. Oh, straight pipes are so good. How did we go so long without straight pipes? I don't know. Except I do know, because I wasn't going with them. Is that off the ground? Yeah, it's not allowed. Accidentally raised this thing up above the ground. And just in case this is in any way necessary, let's have you like so. In you go. And here's our beloved copper. The copper ore, that is. There we go. You'd think that was so hard. I'm certain I made it look hard. So there we go. Now it brings in the water and it stamps down that copper ingot. I'm still not sure if 35 of these per minute is going to be sufficient. I should look pretty closely at the other stuff. It's crazy how good this game is for building, given how complex the designs can be. Once you get used to the shortcuts, it feels so good. It does. And although I'm many hours into it, I'm still trying to get used to it. The maths is way off, is it now? Oh, right, no, because this is using 10 per minute. What am I cranking out per minute? 120 per minute. 120 per minute. We do not consume 120 per minute. That much is clear. So I guess I need 12 of these. Well, that's fine by me. 1, 2, 3... We don't run with calculators around here. We do it by heart. Alright, what did I say I needed of these? Check the alumina output. Yeah, I don't think the alumina output is enough for this. Because I need, what's that? 480. And I'm producing 240. So I'm producing half as much as I need, but that's a bauxite problem. I can't get enough bauxite up here. I can certainly get enough water. Can I actually improve my bauxite production? Is such a thing even possible? I could. Absolutely could. I can crank this up to 400. And then I would be able to get a second one of those going. Or I could just make the first one work harder. I like the idea of making you work harder, but I already set up all this infrastructure. I might as well put it to use. Whoops. Feels like adding these pipe junctions into existing pipe networks works a lot better than adding splitters onto existing belt networks. Why? Tell me whys, tell me sweet little whys. And then I'm going to find that Mark 3 is insufficient and we need Mark 4. That's also fine. Why is this Mark 5? Mark 4s, please. Every automation gain is underclocking and overclocking. Makes balancing a mere suggestion, though. Do you really think that's for the better? Maybe you do. Alright, there we go. Now that's pumping out even more, well, that's drinking more water, but we have a ton of water, don't we? 200, 200, that's 400 actually. Wait a second, I don't produce that much water. Also, where's my water? Here's my water. I have seen my water. Yeah, because now all of a sudden I actually need 400 water. But we can do that, can't we? Give me a damn good reason that we cannot. You cannot. Thought I saw this actually connecting in a very, very awkward position, but maybe it'd be okay there. Depends how keen my... oh, hang on. I've had a brainwave. It's like a thought with ideas. No, it's like a thought with pictures. Right. One thing's for sure, we're going to need a Mark line... hold on, Pipeline Mark II can't handle this throughput, can it? Yes, it can. 600. 600 is fine. Thank goodness for that. Wait, what? No, please plug into this. And then go into there. And then you say no. And I say yes. And it says okay, good. Now there was another one you, but this time going up. And then every problem we could have possibly conceived of is dealt with. Yeah, there we go. So now, provided I actually power these things, which I might do. There we go, now we have 480 water coming up here, which I could underclock to just 400, knowing that we only need 400. We don't have power issues now, but I can conceive of a future where we do have power issues. Yeah, I didn't want to throw shards at the problem. That sounds like a way to get into bad habits, and then before you know it, I'm out of shards before I can make my own synthetic shards. There we go. Up it all comes. Did they add flow rate checking on this? I know you can do it for belts. I guess they already have this, don't they? Max flow rate. It's backed up. That's got to be a good sign. You should only use Mark II pipes now. Don't use Mark I belts anymore. Why use Mark I pipes? Because every time I go to pipe, it goes to Mark I. And yeah, I can press E to flick through it, or I can even auto have it as that, which is a great idea, actually. Well pointed out. Mark II, you're my hotkey now. Wrong hotkey. You were 7. But yeah, when I flick through them, it still goes to Mark I. I wish I could remove it from even the flick through menu, but I can't see a way to do that. Right, so now with my 280 alumina, 280? 480 alumina. These should be okay. They eat 240 coal, which is also okay because I totally sharded it up. Did I shard that up? I think I sharded it up. I hope I did. Okay, good, I did. Right, and then all this stuff is being made into aluminium at the correct rates because I'm producing 720, and then we eat 60 times 10 plus 120, so it's all getting consumed properly. And then the water that comes out is coming out at a rate of 240. All right. 240 per minute, which is going to necessitate 24 of these. Oh, really? 24 of these? Can I even consume that much copper? 240 water per minute. These consume 10. They also consume 16 ore. If I'd built 24 of these, that's a lot of copper ore. I hope that was a pure nugget. It was a pure nugget, okay. Then we might still be okay. I have no reason to think that we're not. Sink the overflow, and that's exactly what we're going to be doing. Why are these the wrong way around? Are you the wrong way around? I don't think so. You're filling up with it. No, because when you copy something, for some reason it doesn't copy its direction. Wait, it did that time. What? Well, why worry about it? Anyway, we're doing a lot of these, it seems. And I guess I want some on this side to make my life easier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I need power over here. Stat. There we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And then time for the concrete jungle to expand. What can I say? This was always meant to be the Sky parking lot. What is this? Just, oh, this is the way that it builds, which is blueprint, please. But I would still like it to be my 5x5 foundation. Funny, I thought I needed 1, I ended up needing 24. And I might still be wrong with that number, which would be, I'm sure, very amusing to some people. Does that line up? I swear when I reverse these, they don't line up proper. Why is that mirrored? Something isn't right here. No, it's fine. I'm just seeing a circle where there is a square. Personally, I hope this turns into a recursive loop of miscalculations. You end up with 1,048 of them. For some reason, I hope that doesn't happen. Can't put my finger on why. Sanity, time, hunger. I'm pretty hungry right now, you know. I said I'd go shopping during the downtime. I did not go shopping during the downtime. I thought it was Saturday. It's Friday today. That doesn't excuse anything. Well, it might. Right, we've done this before, we can do it again. You go here. You go here. And here. And here. And it all works out swimmingly. And then these shouldn't need Mark IIs, but we're already defaulted to Mark II, so we just do this. Can I do this with curves? Ooh, no, 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 no. That is nice. The other thing was not. It's got almost Caesar 3-esque logic for how it does the turns on the straight. You know how when you're drawing a road in Caesar 3, to all 3 of the people in chat who played Caesar 3, it, depending on the angle that you're bringing out, it will curve further away or closer to where you're drawing it. It does the same with pipes here. So if it's like Caesar 3, I'm in my element. And the question always comes up, when are you covering more Caesar 3? And the answer remains the same, when I find some good maps. Because I'm not saying I don't have the itch for Caesar 3. It's just, as you might have noticed, I've got a lot of extremely time-hungry games on the channel right now. Got this, got Dominions, got Slay the Spire, which always wants more of my time. How long until we ever see another long play vote. I played Caesar 3 says, look, Shadon, and you are quite the patrician for it. I was more of a Pharaoh guy. Yeah, get out. I'm not a big fan of Pharaoh, and I'm even less of a fan of the remake. Haven't played it, but I don't think I need to play it not to like it. Can't wait to find something's wrong with this. All the inputs or outputs or something like that. This seems enormous, right? How could I possibly need this big of a scale for dumping the water? Ah, of course, because there only needs to be a dumping of water. It's not that I need this much copper. But this copper could be used for anything else, so in a way it's good to set up. The problem is if I expand this, do I really want to expand the copper? That would require more copper. No, the more sensible thing is to hit that pure limestone, drag it over and dump wet concrete. If you have two pipes above each other connected with a junction in a vertical rotation, liquids always drain from the lower pipe first, Jake. That way you can use it in the refinery. I'm going to need to read that again to parse it. If you have two pipes above each other, connected with a junction in a vertical rotation, the liquids always drain from the lower pipe first. Yes, I think I get what you're saying now. That doesn't mean I know how... Oh, well, hey, no, that shows me how I could balance this by feeding it back into the cycle, but that's not what we're doing. Evidently. Took a bit to eat that sentence, though. Right. I don't need splitters on this side, because this is all going to go over here. Yeah, all I need are the splitters on this side. And they can just travel on over to the other side. Manifold, I choose you. Why are you so high? This guy had his ready break. Boy, this is one ingredient. And it's not even a complicated ingredient. I wonder what is going to be needed for the other things. Because we haven't even discovered the recipe for making the things that we need for our next tier advancement. And this is only phase 4. Well, that's okay. I have every confidence that with all of this vast aluminium sorted out, we'll have everything we could possibly need. Besides, handcrafting could always come back to the menu. I'm sure that would leave some very satisfied customers. Yeah, seeing a manifold operate doesn't quite bring me the joy that seeing a well-sorted balancer operates. Right, so I'm going to copy you and paste you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They're all set up. They all have their inputs. They do not all have power. And even once they do have power, this copper has to go somewhere. To start off with, it's going to go into a sink. And then after that, we're going to sort out its processing into the other aluminium parts. Is that going on top of the belt, by the way? I think it is, right? Yeah, that's not where you belong. and a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4. There we go. Jake, if you like balancers so much, just go ahead and make them. It's a load of extra space and time. Play the game how you like. True, but if I don't give manifolds a chance, I might never give them the chance. So we're giving it a go. I do see their utility, though. I have had it explained, and I do somewhat understand. Why is it so slow to make this? This feels a lot slower than just smelting, right? Let's compare that. If I wanted to make copper ingots... No, it's actually faster. Why does it not feel faster? Why does it feel 100 times slower? Ah, because we're making 15 at a time. That's why it feels 15 times slower. How far over did I bring that copper from? Because I'm going to need to blast it out at a rate of 400 to keep up with us. Which means this needs to be Mark IV, and everything underneath needs to be Mark IV as well. Might as well get that done now rather than later. Even though leaving problems till later is a good feeling. Mark IV and Mark IV, 4, 4, 4. I just about lost signal with the power. Did lose signal with the power. Ah. What was the rate that we needed this coming out at again? I can always check my numbers in the encyclopedia. Way. All right. Mark IV all the way. You're doing 240 copper, but I believe I needed 24 times lots. Copper ingots with a pure thing are being made... oh, Christ, what's 24 times 15? That's 300, 4, yeah, quite a lot. It's that easy. 360. 360 really the right number? Why does that not feel right? Well, that's just one shard, so I'll take it. Up it all goes. And quick pass to make sure that it's all Mark IV. Certainly looks uniform, as a good factory should. Woo! Entering parallel universes by building up that kind of de facto speed. I can't imagine this thing only having half of the range that it currently has. Sounds like they made some baffling choices down the line. Use the belt indicator thingy, Jake. Yeah, I could do that towards the end. Also, I swear at some point I had a way up through here. Yay. Although the problem is this stuff doesn't go anywhere. Now it needs a place to go. So we're making 37 per minute times lots. So how are we going to have that? Do I want to bring it out here and then bring it up and along here? I think I do. I absolutely think I do. So that means we're going to need some merging. I can merge, that's fine. Merge as long as it comes out this way. Don't even need to hold Alt for this. It's nice the way that it snaps to my foundation. There's something that is good to build here, but really doesn't matter much at all in Factorio Foundation. It improves your walking speed, and that's it. In some ways, it's actually quite bad to have, because putting down flooring in Factorio blocks the ground from absorbing some pollution. And let's just mark for this one, future-proof it. If it makes you feel any better, at this size I'm building 1920 copper ore for 4,800 ingots for 800 copper powder. Copper powder, I've heard of that. Maybe I can actually use this copper for copper powder down the line. What an idea. Although the scale is probably off, I probably need a gorillion times as much as I have here. Alright. Begin emerging yet more. I'm really hungry. Lunch feels like an aeon ago. But that's okay. If I can handle the Professor Layton run, I can handle this. But I had a massive bowl of pomegranates when I did Professor Layton. There should really put a bounty put on homebrew ways of actually de-seeding pomegranates nice and easily. Probably my third favorite fruit, pomegranates. Number 1 would be figs, number 2 would be pink grapefruits, but pomegranates are so good. Okay, now that we have come this far, what do? We bring the copper over hither. Can I sneak it between you two? Is that going to offend anyone? Ain't offending me. Oh, nice. They even kind of line up together rather nicely. Out with the old unprocessed, in with a stamped down clean. Okay, good. Very almost good. No, the bendy tip. Bendy tip is back. On a short one as well, and some people were telling me fix it by doing long. Also, isn't that bent at the end there as well? It is. Why does it do this? Why does it always want to bend on me? I guess it's no big thing to lose any sleep over. Now, merging these together is merging together a heck of a lot of copper. Would it not make more sense to sink individually? Well, have 2 sink lines, basically. Sure. I don't like putting the sinker down because it's so huge. Although I suppose in the context of this factory, it's not that big. Also, sinking just plated... sinking ingots feels like such a waste. Oh well, needs must. And we must need. Which means you should be made into a smart splitter. Somebody told me there's a way to upgrade them. But this doesn't seem to work. Is that because it's not matching direction? Oh, right, that's a merger, not a splitter. Alright, in that case it doesn't really matter, because I can just have it come out like so. I can do this, and then I can do that. And what we do is you take all the overflow, and it gets sunk. And this stuff cannot be worth much. Not... Ooh, wow, that's a lot of coupons. Gimme. Gimme. Multi-printing exploit. I'm sure there is one there, but I'm not in the mood for hunting exploits currently. I don't like this, and I don't like its split tip, so let's bring you out a little bit more. Yeah, look at that. Look at that tip there. I don't recall that doing much. I don't recall it doing much of that in 1.1. But that tip is definitely bending. Now let's smart split you, shall we? Once again, I want... Oh, it takes the same one. It takes the overflow. That is smart. And now I want you straight. Bendy tips or no. Not a clip in sight. And now I can surely merge you together. I mean, how could I possibly need more than Mark... Wait, what? How could I possibly need more than Mark 3 going into this? And now I have my line of copper. How we use it, I don't know. But we're surely going to use it together with our stamped down aluminium ingots. Yeah, that's exactly how we use it. But what's the production ratio here? I don't know. I have no idea how much of this stuff I even need. Or where it's going to go. What a conundrum. And to make my matters slightly worse, I cannot build my new hub here. Because I can only have one, which seems like a shame, because what if I want to do my phase stuff over here? I guess they want you to have a central factory? Who knows? Might be a good time to blueprint assemblers. Nah. Nah, we do it by hand as the developers intended. So what happens here? This stuff comes out and comes along, and then knowing that all my overflow is taken care of and being sunk nicely. Is that being sunk nicely? I guess there's a bit of backing up here. Part of me thinks this isn't coming out fast enough. Why would I think such a thing? No, that must have just been backup. Then again, what's your problem? Look at that stuttering. On belt mark 4s? No, it's going down. Right, I see, I see. Those ones flowed out first. These ones will flow down. It's the opposite manifold problem right here. But yeah, once these ones have been juiced... Yeah, we can see it in action here, right? Just dried up, and then just dried up. And then drying up slower, drying up even slower. Yeah, nothing to worry about. It'll all balance out in time. You need Mark 4 belt on the copper ore line in the first half of the manifold. Why? Oh, you're right. I thought I would split this and have it come down. But that's not how I built it, but I didn't update my manifold for that. Good thinking. I'll just do it all the way, keep it future-proofed. Might be a while before I notice that problem. But why notice things when you have people notice them for you? Recht. So, how about that aluminium copper sheeting? I don't think copper ingot production rate is going to be a concern, so we could concern ourselves with just how many ingots we're pressing out here. Per minute, we're doing a lot. Holy moly. Why so many? Why is this so huge and this so small? Oh, well, who's to know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 times 2 is 12. 12 times 30 is 360. So 360 of these coming out. What am I meant to do with 360 iron ingots? Make an ironclad casing, which is 150 of them. Excessive sinking here isn't a concern, though. There's no need to balance. But I guess I could have... well, I want it to be scalable as usual, don't I? So maybe they can scale out in that direction. That leaves me with a ton of space. Guess in case this thing needs to get bigger. So... what is that made in? Sounds like a refinery thing, right? No, because there's two nice bits here, so it's going to be made in a assembler. So we're going to branch you off and get you assembled. And what do we do with the end product? How does that all work? I don't know. Also, might as well leave myself with bags of space here.
Think. You could build more.
She's not wrong, but she's not right. Honestly, with the rate you consume these for this, 150 a minute, maybe I should just have one of you for now. I mean, you make plenty of aluminium casing. Tripping me up, it's almost making me say aluminum, which feels like an affront to king and country, so I try not to. But now we need not merge, we need split. And actually, I'm free to put the splitter there along the belt because it's already in line with the... One of these days, I will stop getting the direction wrong on these things. Has to happen eventually. You need both the sheets and the casing. Oh, I know it. That's why we're having both. And it's not splitting, it's merging we want this time. To have a big fat load of this coming out. Do I want to merge it into one big line, or do I want to take half of it over for the sheeting? Thinking about it, this is actually 6 times 30, 180. So I could schloop that thing up, or not schlooping, but the other thing. Likely will then. After all, ratios are a mere suggestion with the power of under and overclocking. And power probably continues to be not a concern, but we should probably check that. Power continues to not be a concern. We're not even using half of what we could use. Now, is there not a way to split you such that you're going to go out that way and come into here? But have it so that the splitter brings it out vertically. A vertical splitter, if you will. I thought they added a way to do this. Isn't this just the way to do this, though? Oh, that looks beyond beautiful to me. There are probably people in the world that can't appreciate the beauty of what this does. And then the aluminium casing days are now. But this isn't good enough. I want more. I want to consume 180 of these per minute. 180 is 20% more, so clock it up to 120, please. What they added, you can put a splitter in the middle of a lift. Ah, this was available before, and now you can just split in the middle. Also cool, but not necessarily what we need here. In the interest of having this thing actually extend out further in the future, could I not perhaps do this? Or have I now offset it? Well, offsetting or not, it's hardly a big deal. Not being in line with that is hardly the biggest sin one could commit here. Right, well now I have aluminium casing automated before we even do aluminium sheeting. But what do we do with such a thing? To that I don't have an answer. Truly, I do not have an answer. Sure, it's going to come out, and we're probably going to have more of these down the line. Preferably not in an upwards line like that. Well, actually, what I could do is just have these guys go over here, safe in the knowledge that someday, some way, it's going to do something. But then at some point, I will want to split some off in a direction, in which case they enter the storage container. Maybe a storage container that doesn't get in everybody's way. They all do. Right, put you there. You are chunk aligned. You are chunk aligned. You're going in there. And now we actually add in the dimensional depot. And we have this really awesome lift. What's my rate of upload, by the way? 240. So the Belt Mark III will take care of it. 240. 270, so yeah, there we go. Aluminium casing taken care of. But what did we need it for, and why? I don't remember. Into the dimensional depot you do indeed go. There is an idea for sinking the overflow, but surely if I want to sink things, we can just do that excessively later on. Right, I also need what should be equally as simple to make the aluminium sheets. And aluminium sheets, I guess, are also just made in a simple assembler. And thinking about it with the rate, I want to draw a separate line off. A separate but similar line off. Not like so, though. There we go. Don't know the ratios here yet, but I'm sure I will someday. Perhaps now, even. I want you to make me all-clad aluminium sheets. You do not need to copy this, at least not yet. 30 per minute, so that's actually 1-to-1 for this. Am I going to have enough copper? No, of course I'll have enough copper. There's no way this does not produce enough copper. Nervous glances. Let's just upgrade you ahead of time, shall we? Why is there no copper coming out of here whatsoever? There is, it's just kind of slow. It's slow and it comes out really bulky like. Is that going to prove a problem with overflow though? If it comes out in big chunks like that, what if this backs up? Nah. I mean, I could, I suppose, put a buffer here. I am anal enough to do that, I think. Just foreseeing difficulties and handling them before they become problems. There we go. That way I shouldn't run into that exact problem I just described. Eloquently, no doubt. And now out comes the other aluminium for this. And a further reminder that I need to clear my context. Boy, I need to clear this out badly. We got plastic, we got rubber, we got all sorts. And these crates are surely messy. They don't have enough water because you're not using all of the aluminium ingots. Ah, but you see, we will. Oh, but we might not if we back up here. But that's a problem that solves itself, right? Yeah, not enough water because of not enough ingots, but the not enough water means that this stuff isn't producing at full rate anyway, so it's a self-balancing situation, is what I'll tell myself. Anyway, I believe I wanted 6 of you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But where do the cases go? Where does anything go in all this? I don't know. There are many ways to bring it all back. It does leave this underutilized, but I'm not concerned about that. I think I placed you in the right place. Hoop. In you go. In you go. In you go. You want a few ingots for canisters as well. Canisters? Eh. We have not discovered canisters, ergo they are not a concern. And if I need to latch something onto this, I doubt that'll be a concern either. It's for rocket fuel. Not on my list, not on my concerns. I gather that it likely will be in the future, but for now it is not. One step at a time. Not merging, right? Yes, merging. From there out to there. Something vaguely concerning is that I do want to make a new, bigger, better steel factory. That does concern me. That's going to be a lot of building. But isn't it nice to just spend time building after all the time we spent not building? I think it's quite nice. I shouldn't need to expand this out, yeah, because this will be done in another chunk over here if it comes to that. So what I could do even is just have this dedicated over there. That's no big deal. Yes. If that goes out to you, then I want a splitter like so. I want you splitting like so. Even works straight, unthinkable. Alright, there we go. These guys finally get underway. They gob this out. 6, 6, 360. Actually, is this going to be fast enough? No, it's 630. It's like 360, 180. That'll be fine. And then in these go to their orders that they have not been given. Because wait. Of course, it remembers from the copy-paste, but what they haven't been given is power. We have migrated so far away from 1 pole per machine. Now, behold, 1 pole per 2 machines. Something that the Power Pole Mark 1 can do anyway. It's okay, it's called future-proofing. Advanced factory building concepts. Alright, look at them go. Now I have the sheeting. But what do I even do with sheeting? Absolutely nothing, unless I want batteries. And I have no reason to want batteries. I think they're used for drones, but still absolutely no reason. Upper belt isn't done. Shh, 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 shh. One of them works. And one is more than none. We've all had that moment before, right? You line up your Factorio science and then realize only one of them's running. I think I had that happen to my green science for an aggressively long time in a run. So where's all this aluminium going? Probably better to flow it up in this direction. That's fine by me. Get merging. Merging? Merging out in that direction, please. I feel like I twitched at the end. I'm not actually sure that was off center, but there we go. What are the ratios here anyway? No. No, you don't do that. Ah, ain't that good. Oh yeah, that's right, these are used for Mark V belts. Well considered. I wonder if this is going to be enough to see through my needs, perhaps at least for a while. Let us perhaps split you hither, and then do what we do, which is have loads of them. Into the dimensional storage, please. Dimensional storage is what organization? Up to there, please. You should probably be a smart splitter so that only overflow goes in there. For when this eventually does something else. Ah, there we go. And you know what? I am going to sink this. Until we have better ideas as to what to do with you. Let's sink you. I will destroy that when this actually has some kind of better use. And then same over here. But wait, hang on. That means that this will never fill up because this is always going here. In that case, for now, splitting them half and half, I suppose, is fine. Is it though? Is it really? This can be reconfigured later on. Smart split it, please. Any goes out here. Overflow goes forward. And then you... Ah, right. Right output doesn't get anything. Alright. You get the overflow. You get the overflow. What do you mean everyone gets the overflow? You get the any. So we're going to make sure we have a fully backed up load of aluminium, and then we dump the rest in the awesome sink, which will surely be powered, because I give myself loads of leeway on these power cables. And that might actually give a notable boost in awesome sinking. Wow! They like aluminium. Not bad. Not bad. I thought you were calling me smart for overflowing to the sink, but that's not what you were saying at all, was it? Alright, man, look at this stuff go. I like how it goes. I might actually be able to make use of this as a Mark V. Believe it or do not believe it. And now that I have the goods, there's no good reason not to make Mark Vs everywhere, right? Yeah, Mark V's a little too fast. Mark III unless needed, I say. You're still water limited, the valve at the inflow up top. Did I tweak that thing? I thought I deleted it. Oh, that certainly looks like it's still there. Oh yeah, I was faffing around with this thing, wasn't I? And I never undid it. There we go. Don't be water limited. Be water unlimited. Also, the alumina is not getting consumed because it's not all linked up. Oh, that's good. Alright, there we go. There's no reason for Mark V not to be the new default. Yeah, it just flows too quickly. It's hard to feel cozy when everything's going that fast. do understand. Alright, so everything was running on half. But now it's running on fools. Foolish, foolish. That means this thing was never running at full capacity. That's also funny. Look at that stuff go. There's a certain beauty to it all, isn't it? Right, well, I said I was going to automate aluminium, and that's what I did. So we're going to continue on, because there's still some other stuff I want to do. Now that we have all these goodies, why are these gold? What does it mean? Why do these keep changing color? Heavens knows. Right, Swampy Cree is quite close. In fact, couldn't I just fly over to Swampy Cree? Is this the first real factory? Nah, I would call the oil situation for power a real factory. But if you don't count goods being produced, then I would call my what would I call? I would call my wet concrete factory my first real factory. Something we set up and aren't just going to get rid of. Yeah, they were green before, now they're golden. Alright, so I could much faster just fly back home, or I could build a launch tube to launch me back home. But let's not forget all the effort we went into yesterday of making a functional train network. We're going to use that train network. Also, we're going to get rid of this because I don't like seeing these crash sites lying around. So very messy. You don't have a problem with this, do you? Well, you might. If I don't actually line you up proper. What am I doing here? This thing is much better to use. Don't know why it's two different entities. Should have just given us one single entity that gets upgraded. What? Doesn't like what I'm doing here. In that case, get our bendy like first. Still looks kind of bendy. I seem unable to escape the bends. I know. I will make it straight first. And then have it meet up with you. Yes, if I recall well, I need this to actually be a bunch of stations. I think I need it to be a bunch of stations. 1, 2, 3, 4. Buckle my shoe. And as is ever the case, whenever I build railways, it forgets where my my power source is, and then just lets me crap out. But okay, here's Swampy Cree. I thought I'd be building a factory here, but that seems to have not happened. But I will order my train over here. Where's my train? You there, train. I want you to come to Swampy Cree. And then you're going to go all the way back to Blue Crater Factory, right? Doesn't seem to be complaining about the situation. So I'll assume it'll come here and then we'll hitch a ride back home as we reflect on our glorious successes today. And I've got so much to dump when I get home. Did I ever automate computers, by the way? Because I feel like I never automated computers. Yeah, I hope I don't need more of those right now. But hey, that's just another thing we can get around to automating. We can build the computer factory and do all the computer adjacent things next time. I think Dyson Sphere program has the best looking belts in action, but Factorio and Satisfactory are real nice as well. Yeah, also they're not in early access. Try dumping it into the dimensional storage to find out. Yeah. Yeah, I almost certainly did not automate computers. How's that train coming along? Why aren't you coming to Swampy Cree? I'm certain I connected them. Oh gosh, what if there is a problem? Remember all the auto-connected stuff we did here? Alright, well there's another way we could go about this. With an electric locomotive right there. And then I guess I could ride the thing and give it some new orders. Also, you're looking the wrong way, aren't you? That you are. Okay, now how do we open train menu? Here we go. You are now self-driving. Your timetable is to go to Swampy Cree and then go to Humble Beginnings. Please begin now. How did I build you the wrong way around again? Oh well, whatever, as long as you take me home. Oh, I'm well aware this train network is not for automation. Right now it's just my fun way to drive around. For one, I would double track it if I wanted automated delivery of goods. And I will likely want to do that when I have separate factories for other goods that are far away. I don't know how I managed to flip this thing a second time. Trains are fun. Trains are cool. Trains take banks that are dangerous. Oh, that's right. Aren't these train stations one way? No, it doesn't seem to be a problem. This could be a problem though. Whoops. Bye. Well, that's fine. That was just part of what you do. Oh, it's easy to re-rail. Cool. Get back to self-driving, please. But why would you not accept going to Blue Crater Factory? Oh, you're going all the way to Swampy Cree and then you go via Blue... Ah, that's what that means. That means via, doesn't it? Oh, well, we're taking another trip on the train then. This isn't an unsatisfactory rate of taking an upwards incline. Sometimes I wish the trains in Hungary would ever reach the blinding speeds of 100 kilometers per hour. As you said, it's a one-way train station. You need another loop at the middle station so the train can turn. Why would it need to turn there? It operated just fine passing through it. Also turn. Those little bits coming up for wind resistance. Or for all we know, cooling. Welcome to Swampy Cree. That must be one of the more fun parts of being a train driver. Toot toot. I've only gone on a proper train once as Alexander. How? I must have ridden the train like 500 times. Ah, maybe you're a colonial. That might explain a thing or two. It was 60s steam train tourism, otherwise just driving in boats. Oh, Norway. Yeah, I remember seeing that now. Wait, Norway doesn't have trains? I guess in the far north you probably won't get so many of them. I once took a train in Georgia, former Soviet. It was a 4 to 5 hour drive, but 15 hours by train. Oh, but those old trains have guts and gusto. Alright, there we go through Blue Crater Factory, which it considers its next stop. Ah, right, so that's why it's going down and around. And it's going down, go down and around to go to Humble Beginnings. So does that mean we're not going to stop here? It's a little awkward because the train stations are so big and chunky. Does that mean you can have a single station with 2 stops? Or does it count as separate stations? Could I expand Blue Crater Factory to have another stop that is still called Blue Crater Factory? Oh, that's funny. So we're going around this way to avoid this and just treat it as railway lines. Alright, well, thank you for the fun ride. You just go and do your cursed schedule forevermore. Someday I'll sort you out good and proper. But it's good to be back at the very humble beginning. That's why we call it Humble Beginnings. Not too much in the way of automation. I mean, there's some. But nothing I'm going to write home with beaming pride about. What I absolutely want to do is clear my inventory. And that, of course, includes acknowledging the usefulness that biofuel has had by topping it up with leaves, topping it up with wood. How's my MAM doing, by the way? Hard drive scanning. Instant scrap. No, I don't think so. I might want this, actually. Give me that. And while we're at it, I will continue to feed you hard drives. Unless... Oh, hey, I can get this now. The scrolling works again. I wanted my depot expansion expanded yet further. But I don't have SAM fluctuators, which is funny because I thought I did. Guess I never automated that. Oh, but look at that. Someone was thinking ahead and made a bajillion of them. Good.
Dimensional expansion increased to 400%. Parts can now be stored as elementary particles in a hyperdense deconfined state. Normally I'd explain the basic science, but I don't think this one can be simplified enough for you to understand.
That's very thoughtful for her.
We composed a growth song, but you composed a shrink song, so we remain silent. The dance of your bones and organs and veins amuses us.
I understand. Seeing the pioneer perform tasks also amuses me.
I'm sure, Ada. I need to figure out a better ammo solution. I don't like this turbo rifle ammo, but the solution might just be turn on passive wildlife, because I'm kind of sick of dealing with it these days. Anything that can be uploaded should be uploaded, otherwise sink, sink, sink. Don't sink. Do not sink that either. Kind of want that. Sink. No, no. Sink, 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 sink. No. Sink, sink, no. Sink. I don't really care about turbo fuel, so sink. I'm going to hold on to that because it might be needed for some of the stuff that I'm trying to research. Sink. Yeah. Also, yeah. Hold on to that. Sink, 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 sink. That's a lot of steel to sink, but still sink it. Is this going as fast as it possibly could? For now. Dream of the day that we can do better. Why did that go down? Did something break in my aluminium factory? I dread to imagine. Did you by chance remove the check mark in the... Oh, yes. I didn't intend to, but it's right next to the search button, so I keep accidentally clicking it. That explains why this got full up. I was actually wondering why it was getting full up like that. It went down because the backlog of aluminium is finished. Yeah, I guess. I'm still just sad to see it go down. Right, now, how about we make good on my earlier claim that I would have no problem completing 1 tier per episode? I think we're gonna have problem. I never did do radio control units, and I'm pretty sure I don't have them. And now you want supercomputers? Can I even make supercomputers? Ooh, funny. I thought this would need aluminium. It does, of course, but it also needs aluminium byproducts, or just products, rather. I need to figure out how to make supercomputers, turbo motors, cooling systems, and other such fun things. You sure I don't have any radio control units just kicking about? Quite certain. How do I make a radio-controlled unit? Easy, easy, easy. Oh, it's easy stuff, right? All we need to do is automate all these things. And now we have all the parts we need to automate it. So making radio control units is going to be child's play. Doesn't even need computers, really. Although crystal computers make life easier. All I need to do is build up a separate factory that focuses on crystal-y related things, including glorious computers, maybe. I'm mostly considering, does this need oil? It would if I do this one, but that could be set up near oil. There's absolutely nothing stopping us doing a computer plant. Child's play. Absolute child's play. So radio control units, not a problem. What about supercomputers? Oh, I can hover over them here, can't I? Heavy modular frame. Let's see. Frame is iron. Steel pipes is still just iron. Encased steel pipes is still just iron, but I can coat them with concrete. Speaking of concrete, there's concrete. So I reckon we do the second one here because it screws out screws. Yeah, the heavy encased frames sounds good. Very good, even. Of course, we all know how to make a bajillion cables. Concrete is a simple thing. But what are you? Supercomputer? Well, we're just talking about automating computers. This is just the same thing, except it includes AI limiters. What are those? Those are like circuit boards and something. Not even. Not even involving circuit boards. It's just copper and deuterium, or deuterium and plastic. So another oil byproduct. Copper not required. Okay, so another very easy thing to set up a big old chunky factory for. I thought this was going to be challenging. What do we need for fused modular frames? Fused modular frame? We don't know. We actually need to figure out advanced stuff for that. Aluminium production gets us fused modular frames. Also the fluid tanks for, I assume, rocket fuel. And then beyond that, I also need cooling systems. Is that not part of nuclear power? No, it's part of you. Also heat sinks. But it sounds like tier 8 will be child's play, and it'll also unlock the ways to make phase 4. Is that the case? Which of these give me phase 4 things? I think nuclear past is needed, but God knows how. Wait, that's a lot of power usage. For project assembly, you say? And there's that copper powder that I'm told uses up a lot of copper. Also, Miners Mark III would be very welcome, wouldn't they? Yeah, to be able to double the output yet further. But aluminium production advanced version is a prerequisite, it seems. Scannable water. Anyway, the point is it all looks like child's play, so this is surely going to be done in maybe half an hour or more. But in the off chance that this takes slightly more than half an hour, I dare say we call it here for today. Wait, is there more of this tomorrow already? That's what my schedule says. I think it might be another case of Dominion 6 and Satisfactory tomorrow. I can't see myself making it for DDR, but I might. I don't know, let's remain in a flexible state for whatever happens tomorrow, because I would love to do some DDR, but my body often disagrees. The point is that's it for today, so cheers for joining for finally setting up something that resembles a factory. Until I am back tomorrow, it's a cheerio.